Great American Ballpark in Cincinnati. The New York Mets play the Cincinnati Reds. New York Mets baseball on SNY is brought to you by Geico. Switch today and see all the ways you could save. By Citi, proud partner of the New York Mets. By Toyota, dear driver, hurry in and save. Toyota, let's go places. By Health First, proud wellness partner of the New York Mets. And by Ram, make this the summer of Ram and head into your Ram dealer for a great deal today. Well, after a rather busy weekend in Pittsburgh, the Mets have headed down the Ohio River to Cincinnati, home of the Reds and Mr. Red, a close relative of Mr. Met. Michael Conforto provided the heroics yesterday to prevent what would have been a debilitating sweep. Mets are trying to keep it going now after losing 2 of 3 in Pittsburgh. Luis Guillorme now the shortstop of the moment. J.D. Davis back in the lineup after his 2 home runs Saturday, and Brandon Nimmo, he's got a force field. Nobody can throw him a strike. And a pleasant good evening, everybody, and welcome to the Ralph Kiner broadcast booth at Citi Field. I'm Gary Cohen with Ron Darling as the Mets open a 3-game series against the Cincinnati Reds. So we decided to take a few days off.
Yeah.
And everything happened over the weekend. Let's see. You had your best player, Jacob deGrom, and your most expensive player, Francisco Lindor, go on the injured list. You had a bench-clearing incident precipitated by Marcus Stroman and John Nogowski on Friday. You had the Mets blow a 6-run lead and lose on Saturday. You had them come from 6 runs down to win on Sunday. Along the way, you had players standing around and arguing with an umpire as 3 runs scored. And as a result of that, you had your manager come out angrier than he's been at any time in his tenure. And Luis Rojas has now been suspended for 2 games. So where do you want to start?
Well, I think immediately I'm going to start with Rojas getting thrown out of the game. I thought, he saw what he saw. He's at the first base dugout, so he can see it. I mean, it might have proved that it was on the line, but just the way he did it, it almost was like there was 4 runs scored in the 9th off Diaz. There's 6 runs scored in the first, and he just couldn't take it anymore. And I think you love it when a manager almost cares more than the players. He was out there and arguing, and I'm not saying that it got the players to come back like they did, but it did mean something to me. Next in importance for me is Jacob deGrom. Because of these little nicks and cuts and hurts and pains throughout this season, an historic season that he's having, that you have to be worried that he's going to be able to, at some point, be able to have a 10 or 12 start run where he doesn't have any pain.
And then there's Francisco Lindor, and his play had really come around the last month or so, and now you've got to fill in for him for a month, maybe 2, with Luis Guillorme and company.
You know, you've been very lucky. They've had a lot of injuries early where VR was great, Peraza and others came in and helped this ball club, but I don't know if you can really replace him with Guillorme. You might look in the next couple of weeks. There's a lot of people out there that maybe could play shortstop for you until Lindor comes back, and then you shuffle him off to 3rd or 2nd.
Mets have been in first place for 72 straight days, but their lead has shrunk down to 2 games in the East. They'll be playing the Reds, who have designs on the Central. Mets and Reds from Cincinnati coming up on SNY. SNY is brought to you by Spectrum. Spectrum Mobile has unlimited talk, text, and data. You can save up to 40%. Go to SpectrumMobile.com today. By Yale New Haven Health, helping you come back stronger, faster, healthier. And by Mattress Firm, where you can save up to $300 on better sleep right now. This weekend, the first 12,000 fans will receive a 6-can cooler when the Mets host the Blue Jays. For tickets, go to Mets.com/tickets. Your Ford leaderboard, the Reds, one of the offensive powerhouses in the National League. And yeah, this year hitting 246 makes you an offensive powerhouse, 3rd best in the National League. Well, the Reds had their opportunity over the weekend. They had won 3 out of 4 in Milwaukee the previous weekend to get within 4 games of the Brewers, but then the Brewers swept the Reds 3 games in Cincinnati this weekend, and that really put a crimp in the Reds' hopes.
It really did. Corbin Burns struck out 12 yesterday, got into the 9th inning. Right now, the problem with the Reds is their bullpen has been bad all season long. Their starting pitching has come since the end of May. But the problem right now is their 2 best players, Jesse Winker and Nick Castellanos. Castellanos is out with a wrist injury, and Winker, since June 20th, is hitting 148.
They also have 2 of the best rookies in the league, in Jonathan India and Tyler Stevenson. The Mets and the Reds. First pitch coming up. Complete your next visit to Citi Field. Buy and manage game tickets, redeem special check-in offers, access exclusive content, and much more. Download the MLB Ballpark app today. Great American Ballpark in Cincinnati opened in 2003. The Mets have had great success. They're 34-20, their best record in any ballpark. How about that? Michael Conforto coming off his 9th inning home run yesterday that put the Mets in front to stay. Highlighting the Mets lineup tonight.
I think, in fact, at one point they had a run of 14 straight wins at Great American Ballpark. Let's see the pitcher for the Cincinnati Reds, Vladimir Gutierrez, Cuban right-hander, pitched for the national team. He has been very good for this Reds team. If you take away, he had 2 starts against the San Diego Padres where he gave up 11 runs in 9 innings. Other than those starts, his ERA is under 3, so he's been real solid. And defensively for the Reds, you look at Tyler Stevenson, who has replaced Tucker Barnhart as the everyday catcher. Suarez has moved to third after starting the year at short. Farmer's in. India's that rookie Gary was talking about. And, of course, Joey Votto at first. And Winker and Naquin flanking Shogo Akiyama.
Akiyama in the lineup because Nick Castellanos has a bruised wrist. There's Dave Joust, who will run the Mets for the next 2 games, as he did for 8.5 innings yesterday.
He's having a good month.
Well, I'll tell you what, he coaxed 8 2/3 scoreless innings out of the bullpen yesterday, right? They say that bullpen management is the most important thing for any manager. Dave is way ahead of the game now.
And he also did nice at the All-Star game.
He did. I mean, that is a special art, the ability to groove that pitch right where the home run hitter wants it. And he did a great service to Alonso.
Did you see the pitching ninja, Rob Friedman, that he showed the pitching disbursement of Dave Joust, which wasn't disbursement at all? It was all in the same place.
Well, they talk about tunneling.
There you go.
Those pitchers were all tunneled. Brandon Nimmo will lead off. We mentioned the force field. Well, in the 3 games in Pittsburgh, Nimmo walked 8 times. They just don't seem to be able to throw him a strike. He also homered on Saturday night when the Mets were in the process of blowing a 6-run lead. He gave them an insurance run in the 9th inning to no avail.
And Gutierrez has walked 23 in 50 1/3 innings.
Nimmo, Alonso, and McNeil for the Mets as they get started in Cincinnati. Nimmo takes a fastball for a strike, and we're underway. You got 2 pitchers in this game, Vladimir Gutierrez for the Reds and Jared Eichhoff for the Mets, neither one of whom strike out a lot of hitters. And you've got 2 teams that tend to swing early in counts, other than Nimmo. Up and in, 1-1. Both the Mets and Reds are in the top 5 in baseball at swinging at the first pitch. So there should be a lot of balls put in play in this game, and so defense could be a huge factor. The Mets are one of the best defensive teams in the majors. The Reds are one of the worst. Good breaking ball by Gutierrez to get ahead on Nimmo, 1-2.
Good breaking ball there by Gutierrez after a couple of cutters in on Nimmo. This is a big fella. I didn't realize he was this big. Dropped off the table.
Gutierrez, 25 years old, defected from Cuba in 2016. They were expecting him to be here much sooner, but he got waylaid. And the curveball down 2-2. He was suspended for PEDs last year, an 80-game suspension that actually carried over into this season. Had to sit out the first 20 games this year, so he didn't make his big league debut until late May, and now making his 10th start. See the infield shift against Nimmo, and he hits one on the ground sharply. That's into right center field for a base hit. Nimmo takes the turn. He'll hold up there as Naquin gets it in, and the Mets get Nimmo aboard to lead off the ball game. That .430 on base percentage keeps getting better.
That ball hit right on the screws, tried to come inside, ended up right over the middle of the plate. Nimmo was ready. They had him shifted correctly, but when you hit the ball that hard, good luck.
But again, this is a Reds defense that does not have a lot of range, right? I mean, you've got Farmer playing shortstop, and it's amazing that he plays shortstop because he came up as a catcher.
That's right.
But he's not, you know, a gifted fielder. The Reds are at -31 defensive runs saved coming into the game. That's last in the National League and second to last in the major leagues. Here's Alonso, went 4 for 11 in the series in Pittsburgh. Nimmo at first and nobody out. And Pete takes a fastball up and in, 1-0.
So you have 2 catchers that are everyday shortstops for their team. Farmer here and Isaiah Kiner-Falefa for the Texas Rangers.
I forgot that he came up as a catcher as well. I mean, in Farmer's case, he was an infielder in college, and the Dodgers turned him into a catcher in the minor leagues, which they've had a lot of success doing with other players, Russell Martin being one of them.
Yeah, they like to turn athletes into catchers.
And change up into Alonso, and it's 1-1.
See a lot of curveballs and changeups. When he was in the minor league system, always rated the best in their farm system, and he can hit 95 to 97 when he's right.
2 years ago in AAA, he had a very rough year, 6-11, 6.04. But the last 2 winters pitching in the Dominican Winter League for Licey, Gutierrez seemed to find something. Made 3 starts in the minors after his suspension was over, pitched very well, and earned the call-up. The Reds had a lot of injuries to their starting pitchers earlier this year, and that gave Gutierrez the opportunity. Now most of their starters are back healthy. 1-1 to Alonso with McNeil on deck, and time asked for just before Gutierrez was ready to go into his motion. And Hickox, the home plate umpire, granting time. Now the Reds pitching is so healthy, they're going to activate Jeff Hoffman from the injured list to pitch Wednesday and go with a 6-man rotation. That's will face Wade Miley tomorrow night. He of the no-hitter earlier this year.
And Pete socks one to deep left, and forget that. That is way out of here. Hit Alonso goes deep, and the Mets have an instant 2-0 lead. Number 18 for Alonso, and he got all of it. His first home run since the Home Run Derby.
Well, after he won the Home Run Derby in 2019, it took him 17 at-bats. Only 12 this time for Big P. Just a little hanging slider right in the middle of the plate, just daring to be hit. And listen, every hitter, when they come to Great American Ballpark, you feel about 2 inches taller, about 20 pounds heavier, and about 20 pounds stronger on the bench.
By the way, he did not get that ball off the fat part of the bat. That went right off the end.
That's a home run hitter.
Well, it's also a home run hitter's ballpark, as you say. Here's Jeff McNeil, and he goes after a curveball, 0-1. So the Mets jump quickly on Vladimir Gutierrez. 9 home runs allowed now for Gutierrez in 50 into 3rd innings. That's a lot. McNeil 3 for 12 in the series in Pittsburgh, and he takes curveball outside, 1-1. Jeff's got an 8-game hitting streak going, up to 257 for the year. Still trying to get into some kind of a groove. He had one ball really sharply to left center in Pittsburgh that looked like the old McNeil, and the changeup down, 2-1.
You know what's interesting about watching these young pitchers in the games is Pete and JD are talking hitting. See a lot of young pitchers in these games end up trying to have all their pitches working, and they end up being a jack of all trades, master of none. Never establish that good fastball.
Well, we've seen this with a lot of the pitchers coming from Cuba over the years. They tend to be guys who invent themselves on the fly.
Yeah, they like to spin it a lot. They like to have a lot of different pitches, a lot of different arm angles, all of those things, but sometimes hard to do in the first inning.
They all want to be El Duque.
Yeah, who wouldn't?
Or Luis Tiant.
Curveball drilled out to right center field, back in the gap toward the wall. It's out of here. Alonso and McNeil go back to back. Great American bandbox, and it's 3-0 New York.
Good line.
4th home run of the year for McNeil. And the Mets having a party in the 1st inning.
This is very similar to playing in Baltimore, Colorado, other places. Hitters just feel a little more confident when they're here. Curveball up in the zone, but it was away. But if you watch the swing, he kind of just flips it, turns over his top hand, and the ball lands 3 or 4 rows deep.
Well, we have talked about it every time we've been to Cincinnati since this ballpark opened. The ball flies there. The dimensions are small, but especially it flies to right center.
Yeah.
There is a gap in the third base stands where the wind comes blowing through, and even not on a windy day, there's a jet stream that blows the ball out to right center field. That is the best part of the ballpark to hit it.
The wind is blowing just straight out to the Ohio River. That's what it's doing. And
so back-to-back homers for Alonso and McNeil. Third time this year the Mets have gone back-to-back. Alonso was involved in the last pair with Billy McKinney. The first was the unlikely combination of Kevin Pillar and Mason Williams. That was against Baltimore. So here's Dom Smith, who had 3 hits yesterday, having his best month of the season so far. In fact, the numbers have gotten better for Dom each month. He's at a 905 OPS in July. Well, after Derek Johnson, the pitching coach, goes out, 2 inside fastballs from Gutierrez.
Oh. Boy, the Mets are just teeing off on the young Gutierrez right now.
Gutierrez's last start was an excellent one. That was his last start before the All-Star break in Milwaukee 9 days ago. He gave up just 1 run in 6 innings. But he has gotten ambushed tonight. Ground ball back to him. He knocks it down. And Gutierrez makes the play, and he finally has his first out.
Let's watch the Alonso home run from the side. Watch the torque. I call it the rotation of the core. And all of that kind of energy that you see, I mean, that's very Killebrew-like. Just really gets in such a position where he's twisting into the ground like a pretzel. It's amazing how that grounding of using his legs, his body, the rotation of the core to produce all that power.
And
that's
you
great.
wonder why guys strain obliques.
Yeah.
I mean, you look at that rotation and you wonder why it doesn't happen all the time. Here's J.D. Davis. Took an over yesterday after returning to the starting lineup with a bang Saturday night. A pair of 2-run homers in his first start in 2.5 months. And the way things are shaking out right now with the injury to Lindor. Remember, we had all the questions when J.D. was on his way back. Who was going to play third base? Now with Lindor out and Guillorme getting the bulk of the time at shortstop, maybe VR playing against the lefties, and JD's going to play most days at third base, you'd have to think.
He's going to be your everyday third baseman.
I mean, you need the bat. And the Mets are still 14th in the National League in runs scored. And that missed somewhere. Gutierrez didn't get the call, and it's 3-0. David Bell now in his 3rd year skippering the Reds. There are only 5 father-son manager combinations in Major League history. And 2 of them are here tonight. That's outside ball 4. 3-0 curveball. And Gutierrez issues his first walk. 3-0 curveball, Ronnie.
Don't get it. I refuse to understand it. So we'll sort of hear tonight about the father-son.
Oh, well, yeah. I mean, Louis is in town.
Okay.
He was here for batting practice, and he'll be back for his pregame Zoom interview tomorrow, and he'll be back managing on Wednesday. So he's still, still part of. And the game goes on his permanent record.
Oh, it does.
Oh, yeah, yeah. I mean, no matter what Dave Joust does, it does not go as a mark for or against him on his ledger. Michael Conforto, who delivered the last blow in yesterday's game, a 2-run homer in the 9th off Richard Rodriguez. And he smashes that one. Caught by India. Throw back to first, and they double off Davis. A bullet off the bat of Conforto turns into a line drive double play, but the Mets get 3. On Friday has not played since. Jesse Winker having a terrific year, but he has slumped lately. India and Stevenson, 2 of the top candidates for Rookie of the Year. The 15-year veteran Joey Votto, Tyler Naquin having his best year. Eugenio Suarez struggling. That's the lineup that will face Jared Eichhoff, who makes his third start for the Mets.
So the numbers for Eichhoff. He's in the same position he was the last time he started a game for the Mets, which was on June 28th. The bullpen had been overtaxed and overused. They needed some real length from him, and he provided that length with 6 innings but gave up 5 runs. And defensively behind Eichhoff this evening, Nito gets the catching job. We talked about Davis going to be the everyday third baseman. Guillorme in at shortstop, and in the outfield, Dominic Smith, Brandon Nimmo, and Michael Conforto. Conforto hit that ball right on the nose, so it's nice to see him back-to-back at bats.
108 miles an hour off the bat, right into the glove of this guy, Jonathan India. Pete Alonso's old Florida Gators teammate, having a great rookie year, and he takes a fastball for a strike from Eichhoff. India with a .395 on-base percentage. That's third in the National League. He's been hit with 14 pitches. That leads the league. In fact, the Reds as a team been hit by more pitches than any other. And slider away from Eichhoff, a ball and a strike.
With the hair and the brush, he could be a musketeer.
You mean like Xavier Musketeer or like 3 Musketeers?
3 Musketeers.
That's drilled to deep left field. Back goes Smith. It's over his head and hops against the wall. India on his way to second, and he'll pull in standing with a leadoff double. We have seen some absolute seeds hit in this first inning. 13th double of the year for India.
Not a good day to be a pitcher so far. Ball right over the plate, and like Gary said, he's having a tremendous year. Player that not a lot of people know about, but they will in years to come, and just hits a bullet over Dom Smith's head. Dom is playing as deep as any left fielder in the game and still beat him to the fence.
Not much reaction time on that. 110 miles an hour off the bat from India. So the Reds trying to fight back after the Mets had just their second 2-home run first inning this season. Here's Jesse Winker, and he goes after a first pitch sinker, 0-1. Winker 7th in the National League, hitting .292, 10th in the league in home runs with 19, but it's been a struggle for him lately. Named to the All-Star game for the first time. In fact, the Reds had 2 starting outfielders in the All-Star game, Winker and Castellanos. First time that had happened since 1956, when the names were Gus Bell, that's David's grandfather,
that's right,
and Frank Robinson.
Well, he said that he's hitting .292, but on June 19th he was hitting .344 and leading the league.
Slider at his feet, and it's 2-1. Well, there you see how he started and how he's gone since. He had a nice year last year in the short season, hit 12 home runs. A lot of injuries before that. Introduced himself to the Citi Field faithful in 2019.
Drills that one into right field, a base hit. Conforto scoops it up quickly. That'll keep India from scoring. But 2 bullets in a row off Eichhoff from India and Winker, and it's first and third and nobody out. What kind of game we're going to have tonight?
Well, I was under the impression we were doing a baseball game. I didn't know we were doing pinball here in Cincinnati. Another bullet by Winker over the head of McNeil, hit so hard that no chance for India to score as Conforto gets it in quickly.
That was 113 miles an hour off the bat. Of all the balls that have been hit in this first inning, the lowest exit velocity belonged to Alonso's home run at 94.8.
I mean, what's going on?
I mean, every other batted ball has been over 100 miles an hour. Here's the other terrific rookie for the Reds, Tyler Stevenson, their catcher, just 24 years old. Let's play the infield back. They'll concede a run to try and get a double play. And Stevenson takes a strike.
Stevenson hitting .364 in July, so he's red hot.
They called him up last year. He had a home run in his first big league at bat. They sent him back down after the game. They called him back up later, and in his 5th big league game, he had a walk-off home run. So he established himself rather quickly. He's hitting .285. And he moves this one out to right field, back toward the corner. Conforto, and he runs out of room. It's a foul ball. Ball hitting up against the sidewall as it disappeared from our view. Stevenson, an Atlanta area native, one of the rare ones that got away for the Braves.
How did you know that was foul, by the way?
Because I saw it bounce.
Oh.
Yeah.
You're getting very good at this, Gary, this world feed.
No. No, not good at it at all. Curveball just misses inside. 1-2 to Stevenson. No, Ronnie, at some point,
yeah,
we're going to be live in opposing stadiums who will actually be able to see the game. For now, it's just a guessing game.
At some point, you could become Peter Finch from Network. I'm not going to take it anymore.
Mad as hell?
Yeah.
I'm not mad as hell. Just happy to be here, Ron. I'm rested and refreshed. Curveball hit on the ground to short, should be two, but Guillorme boots it, tries the backhand flip, but too late. Should have been 2 outs. Instead, the Mets get nothing, and a run comes home to cut the Met lead to 3-1. The normally sure-handed Guillorme booting one that should have been an easy double play.
Gets an in-between hop. Really, with Stevenson running, he could have really taken his time and kind of backed up a little bit on this and taken it on a bigger hop, but really fielded it with one hand. So tries a crazy play late. Luckily, that didn't get by McNeil.
Well, that is a huge play. Jared Eichhoff so badly needed for that double play to be turned. Instead, a run is in, first and second, still nobody out, and now Joey Votto. 4th error of the season for Guillorme. Gives Stevenson an RBI.
Oh,
that one hits Votto, and that'll load the bases.
That hit him right in the ankle. Right in the right ankle.
Well, we mentioned that the Reds have been hit by pitches more than any team in the major leagues this year. And now Votto aboard to load the bases. And remember that the Mets only got a third of an inning out of their starter yesterday, as Taijuan Walker had to be pulled. The bullpen was fantastic, but very heavily used. It got him on the shin guard, which is good, but still hurts. The Mets did make a couple of moves with their bullpen today. They called up Steven Nagosic, who pitched for them a little bit 2 years ago, and left-hander Anthony Bonda, whom they got from the Giants just a few weeks ago. They're both available out of the bullpen tonight. To make room, the Mets sent down Travis Blankenhorn. That's a nice kick in the teeth, right? You get your first big league home run, you get sent down the next day.
3-run bomb. Can you see the manager in the office?
Mets also had to DFA Janeshwi Fargas and put Corey Oswalt on the 60-day injured list to make room on the 40-man for Nagosic and Bonda. So anyway, those guys are here, and if Eichhoff can't figure out a way to get through this, they'll be the length guys out of the pen. Here's Tyler Naquin, bases loaded, nobody out, and he lifts one down the left field line, slicing away foul. Naquin having a breakout offensive season, 13 home runs, 51 driven in. This is a guy who came up with a bang with Cleveland. Finished 3rd in the Rookie of the Year balloting in 2016 behind Michael Fulmer and Gary Sanchez. But then injuries have really plagued him throughout his career. He bounced to the Reds this year after he was non-tendered by the Indians, and he has had a very nice season. And Naquin hits one down the left field line, falling fast, and it drops in for a base hit. In comes Winker. Stevenson right behind him to tie the game. On to third goes Votto. A pop fly double for Tyler Naquin, and just like that, the Reds get even. It's 3-3.
Well, that didn't take long.
Well, the error was enormous.
Yes, it really was. Tried to get in on Naquin. It bled over the middle of the plate. It did jam him, but strong enough just to dump it over the head of the third baseman Davis in front of Dominic Smith. And by the time he got to it, it was a double for Naquin and 2 runs in.
So after the Mets got a pair of home runs from Alonso and McNeil in the top of the first, the Reds have cashed 3 in the bottom of the first. Still nobody out, and 2 in scoring position for Eugenio Suarez. And he takes a fastball low for ball 1. Well, Guillorme should have been able to turn a double play. It should have been 1 run in, 2 out, and nobody on. But then Eichhoff hit Votto with a pitch. Naquin plates a couple. Mets have the infield back, just trying to get an out any way they can. They'll
sacrifice a run to do so. And the slider misses to Suarez, 2-0.
When you're at this point of Eichhoff's career, everything's got to kind of fall right. You've got to be able to mix up your pitches. You've got to have your team score your runs, and even more importantly, got to catch the ball.
Yeah, this is a perfect storm for Eichhoff. He's a fly ball pitcher. He gives up a lot of home runs. He's pitching in a bandbox against a good offensive team. That's hit sharply down to third, handled by Davis. He holds the runners and gets the out, and Eichhoff finally has his first out as he retires Suarez. One away. Well, yesterday Taijuan Walker was tagged for 6 runs in the first inning. By the way, it was the first game in Mets history in which the starter went less than an inning, gave up 6 runs, and they won. First game in Mets history.
Really?
Yeah. Now Eichhoff has given up 3, helped out by an error. Now you've got Shogo Akiyama, the number 7 hitter, the center fielder, and he lays off the slider, ball 1. Akiyama signed with much fanfare a couple of off seasons ago, has not produced at nearly the rate the Reds had hoped after a good 9-year career with the Seibu Lions. At 304 in his Japanese career, but just 200 last year, 211 this year. Still doesn't have a big league home run, and Eichhoff bounces one. It's 2-0.
I was going to say, should be able to keep him in the yard.
Well, now having said that,
I'll take it. I got big shoulders. It'll be my fault.
Akiyama making his 17th start this year. He missed the first 5 weeks of the season this year with a hamstring. He's in the lineup tonight because Castellanos is out. They were hoping to have Castellanos back, and David Bell said he might be available off the bench. And Eichhoff pours one over for a strike, 2-1. Akiyama, the number 7 hitter. Kyle Farmer, the shortstop, is on deck.
2-0, little breaking ball. Get me over. Cutter, maybe, slider for Eichhoff.
Infield still back with 1 out, and this one's lifted to left. That'll get a run in at least. Back goes Smith on the track, and he reels it in. Tagging at third is Votto. He'll come in with the go-ahead run, and it's 4-3 Cincinnati. That could have been a whole lot worse, but Dom Smith making a nice play right before he got to the wall to catch that long sacrifice fly from Akiyama, and it's 4-3 Cincinnati.
You know, Gary, what makes this play a lot harder for Dom is that he's going to be playing kind of shallow with 2 runners on, second and third for Akiyama, who's really just a base hit guy. But this is about as far as he can hit it to left field, so Dom had to go 30, 40, 50 feet to catch that baseball, and then gets it in.
Did we mention he's never hit a home run in his big league career? That was his 290th at bat. Probably as close as he's come. Here's Kyle Farmer with Naquin now at third and 2 out. Naquin advanced after the catch, and Eichhoff misses low for ball 1. Kyle Farmer now 30 years old. A couple of years with the Dodgers where they tried to use him at catcher. He just wasn't suited to it at the big league level. Now he's a jack of all trades, but recently he's been the everyday shortstop for the Reds. Before last year, he had never started a game at shortstop in the big leagues. 10 starts last year and now 55 this year.
Good, the best pitch that Eichhoff has thrown in this first inning so far.
23 pitches deep, and there have been some very hard hit balls. 2 out with the runner at third, and Farmer chases the slider, and it's 1-2.
Don't outthink yourself here now. He's proven to you that he just wants to swing the bat, and he'll swing at pitches outside the strike zone. Do not throw a strike.
Especially with the pitcher on deck.
Exactly.
Eichhoff just trying to get his bearings in this game. And he strikes him out with the curveball, and that retires the side, but not before the Reds post a 4-run bottom of the first to take a 1-run lead. Well, we had an eventful first inning. I mean, I felt as though you and I missed out on a lot this weekend because so many things happened, and it was so vastly entertaining in some ways and so just demoralizing in others. By the way, thanks so much to Gary Thorne. He did a fantastic job filling in this weekend. It was great to hear his voice on Mets TV again. But now we got our own eventful inning.
I was waiting for Gary Thorne and Keith to don the Sports Channel blue jackets at some point. That would have made me feel at home.
Would have been awesome. Don't us. Nito leads off and fouls back the first pitch. What I liked most of all was they gave my dogs a lot of airtime.
They did.
They did.
Big time.
Gracie and Desi and Lily all got their TV moment.
Your dogs have a chance to be as famous as Keith's cat.
No. Absolutely.
No?
Never happening in a million years. Nito getting a second straight start after a 2-for-5 day yesterday. Luis Rojas was asked before the game about McCann not starting 2 days in a row, and he said Nito had a great day yesterday. And that's what he's doing. He's riding the hot hand. McCann's in an 0-for-11 skid. Nito's hit in 5 straight games. That's his average up to 260 for the year. And he reaches for it and flicks it out to right center. Over comes Akiyama to grab it. And that's the first down. So 1 out and nobody on now. Luis Guillorme, whose error opened up the door for the big inning for the Reds. By the way, in that bottom of the first, 2 runs earned, 2 unearned against Jared Eichhoff as the result of Guillorme's error. It's the 3rd time this year the Mets allowed at least 4 runs in the first inning, and 2 of those 3 have come yesterday and today. Gave up 6 in the first yesterday, 4 today. The other one was against the Diamondbacks on June 2nd. 0-2 to Guillorme.
You take DeGrom and put him on the injured list, and the depth of the starting rotation suffers. Carrasco's close, but not here. Syndergaard not till September.
Carrasco is going to make another rehab start tomorrow for Syracuse. Probably go 3 innings or so. And then the question will be, do the Mets want to call him up at that point and use him at the big league level and have somebody piggyback with him in what would be, you know, a 3 or 4 inning start, or do they want him to continue on rehab? Line toward the middle, a base hit for Guillorme. Over comes Akiyama to cut it off in right center, and Guillorme holds it first with a 2-strike single.
Beware of the hitter that made an error the previous inning. They always have laser focus, trying to make up.
You have great bewares.
I do. Yeah,
you always said beware the guy, the late addition to the lineup.
Well, maybe I have great bewares, or maybe I'm just paranoid.
Oh, been there, done that. Right?
But good swinging there. Breaking ball down almost on the shoe tops of Guillorme, and almost got that past Akiyama in center field.
So now Eichhoff, whose greatest moment as a Met so far came as a pinch hitter when he got the only hit against Charlie Morton when Morton was otherwise working on a no-hitter. He gets a bunt down here. It's a fair ball. The throw to second by Stevenson in time, and they'll turn the double play. Well, he wasn't able to get it far enough away from home plate, and Stevenson hopping right on it to start the 2-6-4 double play. Side retired. Well, there's the retired jersey of Joe Morgan, one of the host of Hall of Famers whom we've lost over the last year and a half. Maybe the best second baseman in the history of the game. Little Joe, who began his career in Houston but really blossomed when he joined the Big Red Machine.
What a player he was. On base machine, power, RBIs, great knowledge of the game, great instincts, great defensive player, tough as nails.
And you got to know him very quickly in your big league career.
I did. He was the first hitter I ever faced, and then I ended up living about 2 blocks away from him in Northern California for a long time. We played golf together, golf buddies.
Well, what's not noted there is his on-base percentage, which was fantastic. He was the quintessential top of the order guy, but he also had pop for a little guy.
I'm looking at the italics in the Baseball Reference. 16 different times, 132 walks one season with the Cincinnati Reds. But, you know, he just always was, to me, kind of the de facto captain of that ball club. I know bench was fantastic, and they had so many great players, but I always thought that he was the leader. Even though Rose might have been the loudest and the bench might have been the best, he seemed to be the toughest, the glue that held that team together.
Yeah, Tony Perez.
Yeah, Tony Perez.
Great leadership skills on the team. That's why they were the big red machine, because they were really so strong at every position. You know, Ken Griffey Sr. and Dan Dreesen and Cesar Geronimo and David Concepcion. Didn't even mention him.
All stars at some point.
Exactly. Pitcher Vladimir Gutierrez, 1 for 16 in the big leagues. Takes a big swing at a slider, and it's 0-2. Jared Eichhoff, after giving up 4 runs in the first inning, 2 of them earned. Looking for something a little more reasonable here in the second. And he gets Gutierrez to chase, and that's his second strikeout. So 1 down.
What do you do as a pitcher when you've had an inning like that? We've given up 4 points. Could have been better if the shortstop could have made a play. You got to mentally play games with yourself and say, hey, listen, okay, throw that out the window. I had a bad inning, but we're only down 1. This is my part of my game that I just got to pick it up here and give the team as many innings as I can, and that's all they get.
Facing Jonathan India, who got it all started for the Reds with a booming double to left field, leading off the bottom of the first. This is a big game for India. He grew up in Florida, but his dad is from Oceanside. His dad, John, who also played at the University of Florida, and because of that, Jonathan grew up a huge Mets fan. Mets and Jets, those were his teams. Yeah, growing up in Florida. 2-1 to India. Interesting if he ever stops at first base. Can have a little confab with his fellow Gator.
Well, they exchanged pleasantries because when he hit the double, you know how the first baseman always trails the runner, so they were at second base together and kind of said hello.
They overlapped for 1 year. India was 2 years behind Alonso. He was a second-round pick. India a first-round pick. It was the 5th overall selection in 2018. They said that nobody benefited from the alternate site last year more than Jonathan India. And it really refined his whole approach at the plate, and it's paid off this year. He socks that one to deep left field, but foul.
That was the great unknown, right? With all the players that weren't able to play games and at those alternate sites, which guys worked hard, really put in the effort to try to make themselves better, and certainly India has done that.
I mean, he was a big enough prospect that they remade their entire infield for him, right?
Yeah.
Mike Moustakas had played second base last year. They moved him to third. They moved Suarez to short so that India would have a spot to play. Of course, then Moustakas got hurt, and that's swiveled things around a little bit. Get on the ground, foul outside there.
Yeah, and Suarez wasn't great at short, and playing shortstop was reducing his offense, and his offense is why you have him in there.
You know, it's easy to forget now. We're talking about Eugenio Suarez. 2 years ago, when Pete Alonso was approaching the rookie home run record, his challenger for National League and Major League home run honors was Eugenio Suarez. He had 49 that year when Pete had 53, and that nicked India. Would have been ball 4 anyway, but he's on base, hit by the pitch, and the second batter that Eichhoff has hit tonight. Well, Steve Gelbs is here. My only question is he in TV aux 2 or TV aux 1?
I am inching so much closer to you guys. Next homestand, I think I'm going to be right in the middle.
Never happened.
Right in the middle of you two.
Never happened.
Never say never.
Not on my watch.
Ronnie and I are moving closer together as we speak.
There's no space.
We'll see. I can actually just peek around the corner after this and pop in there.
We do have the mirror.
That's true. Hey, guys.
Hi.
So listen, you were mentioning the alternate site, right? And one other thing that happened with the alternate sites last year is that organizations were not 100% sure how to evaluate what they saw and where to start certain guys in the minor leagues this year. So Zach Scott was saying a guy like Tyler McGill is a perfect example. The Mets thought he had made some strides. You know, they felt pretty good about him, but they weren't sure if they wanted to start him at AAA because maybe that was just too much. Maybe their eyes deceived them. That's why they chose to start him at AA. But obviously we saw how rapidly he moved up through the system once he proved, no, that was for real.
Meanwhile, McGill right now looks like a lifesaver for this team.
Yeah. Where would you be without his 6 shutout innings the other night?
Ground ball should be 2. McNeil throws it away, and everybody's safe. 2 innings, 2 double play chances, 2 errors on the Mets infield. And this is not what Jared Eichhoff needed. He's a contact pitcher, and the Mets are letting him down.
I mean, the simplest of double play balls. I don't know how else to describe it other than McNeil just kind of short armed the throw. Easy play here. You want to throw it on the glove side. You don't want to throw it on that other side. And Guillorme couldn't get a glove on it.
I mean, India was veering off.
Exactly. Giving it to him.
He was done. But instead he's safe at second. Winker is on at first, and Eichhoff's got another mess on his hands as Tyler Stevenson steps in. And he takes a fastball at the knees for a strike. 5th error of the year for McNeil. So Guillorme botches a double play grounder in the first. McNeil throws away a double play grounder in the second.
You know, Gary, you certainly never want to give a team extra outs, but in these ballparks it's so important that you cannot give them more than 27 outs.
And particularly when you have a spot starter on the mound, a guy who is not known as a strikeout pitcher. You have to be able to handle the routine balls in play, and neither one of those could have been anything other than routine. Stevenson hit the ground ball to Guillorme. He got credit for an RBI as a run came home when Guillorme booted it. He grounds this one to short. Guillorme is going to go to third, but he dropped it. Another error, and then he knocks it out of play, and that's going to bring in a run. It's a comedy of errors. Luis Guillorme in there for his sure-handedness, and he makes a second error, and they could even charge him with 2 errors on that play.
Well, this is just your brains going quicker than your hands. Simple play, big 2-hopper. I don't know why he wasn't going to second for the double play, trying to get the out on India at third base. That is not the correct play. And then he confounds it by trying, as he's laying on the ground, to roll it over to Davis, which of course is the wrong move. And a run comes in.
And he will be charged with 2 errors on that play. The first one on the muff, and then the second one when he tried to make that ill-advised toss.
Got to know the speed of the runner. Big fella, and Stevenson is running. All you have to do is get that to McNeil around the horn. You got a double play.
So the Mets have made 4 errors in the first 2 innings of this game. 3 of them committed by Luis Guillorme, subbing for the injured Francisco Lindor. And all of them were kind of incomprehensible.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not sure it wasn't the right play to go to third because he had plenty of time to get it. He wasn't going to get a double play anyway.
I thought he was going to get it. I thought he could get a double play the other way. Yeah. But it's not completely wrong to go and just get the 1 out.
So Mets have made a mess of this. It's 5-3 Cincinnati. Still only 1 out. First and third for Joey Votto, who was hit by a pitch his first time, and he lofts one into left center. That's down for a base hit, and that'll bring in another run. Winker comes in to score. Going to third, Stevenson. The throw coming in is not in time. It's an RBI single for Joey Votto to make it 6-3 Cincinnati. So Votto immediately taking advantage of all the miscues by the Mets middle infielders. Drives home Winker with the second run of the inning.
Doesn't hit this hard, kind of gets it off the end of the bat and drops it into left center field. Of course, that's going to score Winker easily. really good read by Stevenson at first base, because he was able to go from first to third quite easily on this play. That's J.R. House, third base coach for the Reds.
There is no warm-up action in the Mets bullpen. Mets needed 8 2/3 innings out of their pen last night, and obviously Eichhoff has been betrayed by his defense in these first 2 innings. They're going to appeal at second and say that maybe Stevenson missed the bag there, but the safe sign is given. So either he did touch the bag,
or no one
the
was.
umpires were watching.
Yeah. I mean,
it was actually a play yesterday where it looked like somebody missed second base, and nobody apparently saw it because they never appealed. Here's Naquin, who drove in a pair with an opposite field double, and he nearly gets hit by a pitch. This all began with a hit by pitch. India got aboard, then Winker hit what should have been an inning-ending double play ball. McNeil threw it away, and then Stevenson with a ground ball on which Guillorme committed 2 errors. And Naquin drives one foul.
This is one of those games with no one warming up in the bullpen that you feel like they're going to allow Eichhoff to wear it, even though the team hasn't, he hasn't pitched great. But there could be a lot different results here if the defense had just played marginal.
Here we were touting how much the Mets had an advantage defensively in this game, and as far as the advanced metrics are concerned. And of course, most of those advanced metrics happened when Francisco Lindor was playing shortstop.
This is a different team that's out there now.
At the same time, though, even though Guillorme is not an experienced big league shortstop, it's only the 8th start at that position in his career. He started 412 games at shortstop in the minor leagues. He is not an inexperienced shortstop. He's just made several poor plays in these first 2 innings. That's nubbed up the third baseline, and J.D. Davis going to have to put that in his pocket as another run comes home. A swinging bunt by Tyler Naquin brings home Stevenson with the 3rd run of the inning, and it's 7-3 Cincinnati. And the nightmare continues for Jared Eichhoff.
It's got to be feeling like the twilight zone for Eichhoff. Even when he makes a good pitch, it's a base hit and a swinging bunt. Nothing Davis could do with this. He was back trying to cover up that hole in the shift.
Well, he was smart to hang on to it rather than making another bad throw. Yency Diaz is going to start to loosen in the Mets bullpen. There has not been a hard hit ball in this inning. And Suarez, who grounded out to third his first trip, and he takes a sinker for a strike. Suarez's numbers have been coming down now for a couple of years. He had that enormous year in 19 when he hit 49 home runs. Last year he had 15, but he hit just 202, and he's batting just 173 coming into this game despite 18 home runs. And that is the biggest problem, the swing and miss. 112 strikeouts this year. Only Javi Baez has struck out more in the National League.
Well, he has changed his game. He was a real good hitter and home run hitter before, and now he's kind of selling out for the home run only.
So they throw him a lot of breaking stuff off the plate. Votto at second, Naquin at first. Eichhoff making his first appearance in 8 days. His last time out was in relief against the Pirates right before the All-Star break. And this could not have gone worse. And a swing and a miss and a curveball in the dirt. So Eichhoff never threw him to pitch in the strike zone, and he strikes out Suarez on 3 pitches. And that's the second out. And it's kind of the way it's gone for Eugenio Suarez.
Both of his outs for Eichhoff in this inning by a strikeout. Pitcher Gutierrez and now Suarez.
So now 2 out and 2 on, and here's Akiyama, who hit a deep fly ball to left for a sacrifice fly that drove in the go-ahead run in the first. Mets had a 3-0 lead in this game on back-to-back homers by Alonso and McNeil in the first. But the Reds with 4 in the first and 3 more here in the second, helped out by some porous Mets defense. And the Mets will have another climb on their hands tonight. after coming from 6 runs down to win yesterday. So they blew a 6-run lead on Saturday. They came from 6 down to win yesterday. And it was only the 3rd time in Major League history that the team had done those things on back-to-back days. So what can they accomplish today? They've already made 4 errors in this game, which ties the season high. Nakayama hits this one out to left, and Dom gets turned around and finds it, and that retires the side. But the Reds get some help and lead 7-3. We got there. We got the football stadium.
Yeah.
Paul Brown Stadium. Let's still call it that.
I don't know.
We got the Roebling Bridge.
Yep.
Which was the model for the Brooklyn Bridge.
First suspension bridge, I believe.
Okay. Still Paul Brown Stadium, I'm told. No corporate sponsor. Good job. It's funny to me that Paul Brown Stadium is in Cincinnati.
Yeah, because you feel it's
Cleveland.
being Cleveland, right? Yeah.
I mean, he did start the franchise in Cincinnati after a great career as the coach of the Browns, but still. So the Mets will have to fight from 4 runs down. Brandon Nimmo, who led off the game with a base hit and scored on Alonso's home run, starts the 3rd against Vladimir Gutierrez. 5 of the 7 Cincinnati runs are unearned, the result of 4 Mets errors, 3 of them by Luis Guillorme at shortstop. The last Met to have 3 errors in one game in 2015, Danny Muno.
Really?
Danny Muno. June 13th, 2015 against the Braves. Well, Dave Joust is living life on the other side. Yesterday he was spotless. He took over as manager with his team down 6-0. Gave up nothing. His part of the game they won 7-0.
This is a slugging day, Gary. This game is, I wouldn't be surprised it ends up 12-8 at some point.
Maybe by the 4th inning.
Yeah.
Gutierrez has been given the good fortune of the Mets' largesse. We'll see if he can run with it. Alonso on deck, McNeil behind him. And that's a strike, 3-2.
Nimmo's asking if that ball is up. He said, yeah, up in the strike zone.
With his base hit first time up, Nimmo's on base percentage is up to .434 for the season.
See, if you're an umpire, you can't get mad. He asked, so nice.
You're going to get mad at Nimmo?
No, you can't get mad at Nimmo.
Come on. No. And the force field is in effect. That's 9 walks in his last 4 games. And so he's on base for the 2nd time. 2nd walk given up by Gutierrez. It's amazing. How come people can't throw him strike?
You know, you talk about the force field. I never see him push a button or do anything to put it up. But I don't know. You know, with Brandon, it'd be different if he was a home run slugger or he was a base hit machine. So you're being a little careful. But he's a good player. But you should still attack him.
It's Alonso, who hit one into the seats in left field his first time up, his 18th home run of the year. That gave the Mets an early 2-0 lead. He swings at a high fastball, 0-1, and that's where the kryptonite is for Pete.
Yeah, a pitch upstairs, but he likes to swing at that first pitch. Did you see that stat for the Toronto Blue Jays this year? They've hit 34 first pitch home runs as a team.
I thought that was just Vlad Jr.
Yeah, right.
What a year he's having. We'll see them Friday. Just saw that the big guy, though, Alek Manoah, just went on the injured list with a back contusion. We were going to see him this weekend, but I guess not now. I was looking forward to watching him pitch. Let's see, about 6'8", 270.
Yes.
And Pete manages to lay off a high fastball. It's 1-1. All right, I got some more history for you.
Okay.
Buddy. Last time the Mets had 4 errors in the first 2 innings of a game, April 15th, 1980, against the Expos. Phil Mankowski had 2 of the errors.
At third base.
Frank Tavares,
shortstop,
and John Stearns.
Bad dude behind the plate.
So it's been 41 years since the Mets had 4 errors in the first 2 innings of a game.
I played with Phil Mankowski, Manco, in AAA. What a gentleman.
Played in Detroit, right?
Played in Detroit.
Good looking pitch by Gutierrez, 1-2.
He ended up, after his career was done, he ended up running Rusty's Restaurant on 73rd and 3rd. He was the man in charge.
Phil Mankowski?
Yes.
Really?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
He and his wife, just a great couple, and Phil was, what a gentleman.
And the ribs were great.
Oh, yeah. Hey, you mentioned Detroit. He probably met Rusty in Detroit first. That's probably where they got to know each other.
One of the 4 cities where Rusty had at least 500 hits. Only man in history with 500 hits for 4 different teams. Expos, Astros, Mets, Tigers. 1-2 coming to Alonso. Long hold by Gutierrez, and Pete hammers one foul. Well, the Nationals are enjoying their day. You watched them yesterday. They've got 10 runs in the first 3 innings against the Marlins. Marlins won with a bullpen day today and put Ross Detweiler out to start, former Nationals starting pitcher in Washington, and he gave up 4 home runs in the first 2 innings. Including the first career home run for Tres Barrera, the Washington catcher. Swing and a miss, and Alonso's down on strikes for the first out.
You know, it's great when you would see different pitchers in the way of their styles. Watch on the right, Gutierrez looks like he's a javelin thrower with that glove tucked under his armpit, that long kind of 45-degree angle on his shoulders, and that long, the ball almost faced towards second base. And just the opposite for Eichhoff, who's a really big guy, but he has a very short stride because of that good breaking ball, and he short arms it, takes it right out of the glove and brings it right to his shoulder. So one reaches towards second base like a javelin thrower, and the other one looks more like a catcher getting up to throw to second base.
It's great stuff. Look how quickly he changed his uniform.
Yeah.
Here's McNeil, who homered his first time up. It was Jeff's 4th home run of the year. He's now hit in 9 straight games. Got one up in the jet stream to right center and got it out. And McNeil golfs this one in the air to right field. Room for Naquin as he takes a step onto the warning track and makes the catch. 2 out. I would think you play in this ballpark as a visiting player. It's got to be very much like playing at Yankee Stadium, where you just have to think about, you don't want to think about it, but you have to think about how easily the ball flies out of it.
Yeah, it's definitely enticing to do that, but you have to think, I think you should think in the way of, boy, let me just get a good pitch and hit it hard, because any ball that you hit hard is going out of this ballpark. Simple as that. So you don't have to think about lifting or trying to hit the ball out of the park. It'll take care of itself if you hit it hard, which the teams have done.
I mean, think about it this way. The Mets have been a great home team this year, right? But they've done it on the strength of pitching and defense. Citi Field has yielded fewer runs per game than any ballpark in the majors. Just a shade over 6 runs per game at Citi Field this year. Great American ballparks on the complete other end of the spectrum. If you ignore Dunedin, where the Toronto played earlier this year, Great American has yielded more runs per game, 10.8, than any other ballpark. So it's a great place to go to get well. I mean, that's more than Coors Field.
Yeah. Well, I think that if you're an offense for the Mets right now, you have to think about your pitching has really put you in a position to win the National League East. But now you got to do your part and start scoring some runs. And certainly they've done that today. Just haven't caught the ball.
Well, they're going to have to score some more runs.
Yeah. Don't stop now.
And Dom hits one sharply on the ground, but right at India, who throws him out to end the inning. A walk and one left. Middle of the third in Cincinnati. Reds 7, Mets 3. Well, just across the Ohio River from Great American Ballpark, that is Kentucky.
Covington, Kentucky.
And you can come down by the river, look out at the ballpark across the big Ohio, and just hang for an evening.
When you were a ball player in my day, you after the game, you'd go to the precinct, have yourself a steak, and then over to Covington.
Now Farmer flies one to shallow right center. Michael Conforto grabs it. One pitch, one out for Jared Eichhoff, who could badly use himself an easy inning, maybe with some balls caught behind him. Vladimir Gutierrez struck out his first time up. You know what? Not being on the road with the team, we're not able to find out some things that we might otherwise. As Gutierrez pops one up from McNeil, that's 2 pitches, 2 outs. And maybe we get Steve on the case for this.
Okay.
Yesterday, Travis Blankenhorn hit his first big league home run, and he hit it a ton, and it went over the bleachers in right center, and it appeared to bounce and either go into the Allegheny River or into the bushes. And I want to know if anybody retrieved the ball for him before he got sent to the minor leagues today. It would be nice if he had the souvenir, but it might have been irretrievable. I don't know. Here's Jonathan India.
I'm on it.
Okay, Steve's on the case. See, that's why we have you here, Steve, just to, you know, go investigating.
When I say I'm on it, you've got a 20-80 shot that you'll get the answer.
Oh, I thought you had a 28-day, but we got the answer. Well, if it went into the river, I think that's a little much to ask.
Well,
the clubhouse kids to jump in and get it.
It could float.
It could float.
But it would probably even be harder in those thick bushes that are right near the river. India has doubled and been hit by a pitch. He scored 2 runs. And a good slider on the corner from Eichhoff, 2-1. Ripped down the left field line, but just foul. Bill's got a little too quick on that slider.
What I've noticed about India now, though, he's a good breaking ball hitter also.
Hey, it's time for the Spectrum Mobile high-speed pitch. Sorry, Jared. Hey, you know what I found out today? Jared Eichhoff's Twitter handle is EICH. O-U-G-H.
Oh, nice.
Eichhoff.
Yes, how to pronounce his name. Yes.
2-2 coming, and India takes inside.
Almost hit him again. Last time he hit him, that was the 15th time that India's been hit this year.
And it leads the National League. In fact, they've got the top 2 in the league. Kyle Farmer's been hit 13 times. And he's on a base again, this time with a walk. First walk given up by Eichhoff. Well, we mentioned the Nationals, 4 home runs against the former Nat Ross Detweiler, and that has them out to the early lead. Braves postponed tonight. Phillies are off. They're playing the Yankees tomorrow. The Phillies have won 10 of 14 and are now just 2 games behind the Mets, the closest anybody's been in quite some time.
Well, Ranger Suarez, even though he blew the save on Saturday night, has been very good as the closer for the Phillies.
Closer of the moment.
Of the moment, yeah.
Here's Jesse Winker, and he drives one out to left center field, but right there is Nimmo. And that retires the side. A walk and 1 left. Best inning so far for Eichhoff. Everybody caught the ball. 7-3 Reds after 3. Doug and Andy discuss Mets trade deadline possibilities, the latest on the DeGrom injury, and what's up with Edwin Diaz. On the latest Say Anything podcast presented by Verizon. Subscribe wherever you listen to your podcasts. Well, the Met contingent has moved on to Cincinnati. There were tons of Mets fans in Pittsburgh.
Oh, they were, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That's great. The Mets are starting to become one of those teams that travels. And if you know what I mean, the Cubs do that, the Red Sox do that, certainly the Yankees, Dodgers, teams that really, when they get on the road, they always have a lot of fans.
J.D. Davis drew a walk his first time up. Starting the fourth inning against Vladimir Gutierrez, and he swings through the fastball, and it's 1-1. Davis, Conforto, and Nito for the Mets in the fourth. Gutierrez gave up home runs to Alonso and McNeil back-to-back in the first. He's had base runners in every inning, but he's had the lead since the bottom of the first. Davis lays off the high fastball, 2-1.
He's changed his act, Gutierrez. The beginning of the game, he really wanted to throw a lot of breaking balls. He started to use that four-seamer up in the zone against Alonso, and now trying to do it to J.D. Davis.
And there's the slider, and it's 2-2.
See if he comes back in with the high heater, because if you do miss, then he can come back with the 3-2 breaking ball that he just threw. No, back to the breaking ball.
And this one's in the strike zone, and it's drilled to left for a base hit. So J.D. Davis on base for the second time, a leadoff single in the fourth. So the Mets have their fifth hit against Gutierrez. And now here's Conforto, who after his heroics yesterday hit a bullet his first time up today, a line drive to the second baseman that turned into a double play. Michael, the last two games, 3 extra base hits. He had 2 doubles on Saturday and then that ninth inning home run yesterday. So it would appear as though he is starting to get pointed in the right direction. Statcast powered by Google Cloud. You can see the average against fastballs is down this year.
I mean, quite a disparity.
Taken him a while to get back into any kind of groove after missing 6 weeks, but this certainly helps.
And that's a fastball. So we know he's struggled this year to hit him from last year, but caught one there. And boy, the Mets needed that game. You can tell by the reaction from Smith and Conforto.
I mean, it was a rough enough weekend anyway.
Yeah.
Even with the comeback yesterday, which was, you know, phenomenal. It's not often you're down 6-0 after the first inning. You get 8 2/3 scoreless out of your bullpen. You come all the way back and win. But imagine getting swept in that series in Pittsburgh. Because then the brain cramp on the part of the entire team when Walker swept the ball into foul territory and everybody stood around arguing would have been that much more prominent.
Conforto lifts one to deep right, back to the warning track. Naquin, and it's out of here. Michael Conforto parks a home run, his second in 2 days, his 5th home run of the season, a 2-run shot, and the Mets are back within a run. It's now 7. Check it, it's now 7-5.
Well, I'm glad we showed that graphic, because 327 last year on fastballs, 174 this year. That was on a fastball from Gutierrez. So 2 fastballs, 2 home runs, 2 days for Conforto.
He's looked like an entirely different hitter the last 3 days.
You know, we've always talked about Conforto when he puts together that 6-month year, because we found him to be very streaky at times, but maybe he's just a streaky hitter. Some hitters are like that.
That's 3rd home run of the night, gets him back within 2. And now Nito takes ball 1. Nito fly to center his first time up. So Conforto 2 doubles Saturday, home run yesterday, home run today, and all of a sudden things looking brighter. And you can hear those Mets fans.
Yes.
Nito fouls one away, 1-1. Anyway, we're talking about the Mets standing around and arguing while 3 runs scored for the Pirates yesterday, and we were both there in 1990 in Atlanta.
Yeah.
When David Cohen had a similar moment arguing with Charlie Williams on a call at first base. That's driven out to right field, back toward the gap, and that's going to go between them and all the way back to the wall. Nito on his way to second, and he's in standing with a double. So 3 straight hits. The ball gets away briefly, but backed up by Suarez. So no further advance. 3rd double of the year for Nito, and the Mets will get the tying run to bat.
You know, Gary, neither pitcher has been able to establish anything inside to the hitters. So they are just bailing and wailing in these first 4 innings. And you can see the result.
Well, the line drives just keep on coming from both teams. Anyway, the play yesterday was a little bit different.
Yeah.
But it wasn't that much different than the one we saw in 1990.
Yeah, it was, you know, it was a combination of people that could have reacted. You know, Walker or J.D. Davis could have reacted and went and got the baseball, as opposed to Coney's. It was just really him holding on to the baseball. Right. Coney was right now. He made the play at first base. He got the out, but Charlie Williams, the first base umpire, called him safe.
And Greg Jeffries comes over and tells him, throw the ball home, throw the, and Coney just completely ignores it.
Yeah, he just
2 runs crossed the plate. I think it was Ernie Witt scoring from second base, which made it even worse because Ernie couldn't run at all. Yorme takes up and in 1-1.
You know, David was just such a fierce competitor that was the confluence of events, right? He knew he had the out. He's an unbelievable competitor and just could not let it go. And I know he's embarrassed about it to this day, but it's because of that competitive gene that he just couldn't. He couldn't turn and throw the ball to the plate. He just couldn't.
Yorme lifts one to left, chasing Winker back onto the warning track to make the catch. And Nito will hold it second, 1 out. Well, now what Taiwan said is that he thought he had swept it all the way into the dugout. First of all, it was a fair ball. I know that Luis Rojas continues to argue that it was foul, but it was fair.
Yes. What happened is because of the way the hitter was jammed. It was one of those rare balls, as you see Rojas getting up and close and personal with the umpire. It's one of the balls off the bat that will start to spin and work its way back towards fair territory.
Zaikoff squaring to bunt. He gets it down, and nobody's there, and everybody's safe. Not expecting a bunt because, frankly, with a runner at second and 1 out, you shouldn't be sacrificing. But Eichhoff got it past the third baseman. Pitcher never got off the mound, and he's got himself a bunt hit.
Well, if you're the third baseman here, if you don't see the pitcher move towards it, you got to go get it. Now, certainly Gutierrez has got to be over there and make that play. He had an out at third base if he gets off the mound. But as the third baseman, Suarez, you got to pick up and think that the worst case scenario with your pitcher, because sometimes they're not the best fielders.
So Eichhoff's got his 2nd hit of the season, but his 1st as a pitcher. So now the Mets have the tying runs on base with 1 out. Well, good to see the Reds contributing a little defensive boo-boo. Mets have had their share already tonight. There's Nimmo, who has singled and walked. Nito at third, Eichhoff at first. Not a lot of speed out there. And Nimmo hits one softly toward third. Suarez comes into barehanded, throws it high, but staying on the bag is Votto. They get the out there as Eichhoff moves up to second. Nice quick throw by Suarez to get Nimmo at first for the 2nd out.
Took a chance there with the bare hand, but made the play. Did Suarez.
Let me just put a little capper on that play yesterday. I actually saw an umpire video earlier this season and learned something I didn't know before. If the ball is sitting on the ground and the bottom of the ball is in foul territory, but the side of the ball is above the line in the air.
Like a seam could be over the line.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Then it's a fair ball.
That's right.
And I think that was if it wasn't actually on the line, then it was certainly the case that the side of the ball was above the line, which makes it a fair ball. Here's Alonso, who homered back in the first inning. Did you know that? Because I never knew that before.
I did know it only because I learned as a young player that when you come over to that line to brush it foul, you have to make sure there's daylight. And what I mean by
the side of the ball is above the line,
you have to have
fair ball.
Daylight between the line and the ball. You have to see a distinct line before you brush it foul.
Right. Two in scoring position for Alonso. Struck out his last time up after a 2-run homer in the first, and he takes the changeup low for ball one.
Well, you just feel like the Mets are going to take the lead here. I mean, that's the kind of game we're in.
You know, Keith said that yesterday about halfway through the game when the Mets were still behind.
Really?
He thought they were going to win.
Yeah,
he was right.
Feels the same here.
I always trust you guys on that. You've got a great feel for these things. It's a settle for a single to tie the game here with 2 out. Runners at second and third, and Alonso pops one foul back into play. 1-1. Well, the Reds have their bullpen going. Right-hander R.J. Alanis, who was just called up today, is loosening up. Gutierrez has given up 3 home runs in this game already, but he's got a 7-5 lead working in the fourth. And Alonso fouls off the fastball, and it's 1-2. Pete's home run was his 18th of the year. Now it's 51 runs driven in. Are 1 for 3 today with runners in scoring position. They were 3 for 33 in the weekend series in Pittsburgh. And he reaches for it and flicks it out to right. That's going to fall for a base hit. It is Nito. They'll stop Eichhoff at third. A little flick into right field for a base hit for Alonso, his 3rd RBI of the night, and now it's 7-6 Cincinnati.
Well, he really had Pete tied up inside. He came with a really good slider, but Pete, 2-strike approach, just trying to put the ball in play. Doesn't look pretty, but it works. Eichhoff, even though he's the pitcher, should have scored on that with 2 outs.
I don't understand how you don't score on that.
Yeah, you got to score on that.
So now the tying run is at third. And Jeff McNeil at the plate. McNeil homered his first time up tonight, then flied out. I said it in the first inning. What kind of game we're going to have tonight?
Yeah.
I think we're finding out. We have 2 pitchers who do not strike people out, and that means balls are in play. And knee-high changeup for a strike. 0-1 to McNeil. Alonso not getting much of a lead off first. He's not going anywhere. And McNeil takes a high fastball, and it's 1-1. Hard working inning for Gutierrez, who gave up a leadoff hit to Davis and then a 2-run homer to Conforto. He's thrown 22 pitches already in this inning. That's 4 hits in the inning, including the bunt by Eichhoff and the bloop by Alonso. Why do pitchers do that?
They don't want to throw to the plate. That's why. They're undecided on what they're going to throw. So let me throw over to first base. I would play behind Alonso as well if I were Votto.
That's it in the air to right field, chasing Naquin back to the warning track. He should have room. And he makes the catch to retire the side. McNeil didn't miss his 2nd home run of the night by much, but the Mets get closer at 7-6.
Bottom 4, Mets trail the Reds 7-6. We welcome you back to this broadcast with green energy here at the Cincinnati game. What is that? The Redzilla? Looks like a what? I don't know what are they tossing out.
Not liking the carbon footprint.
I wouldn't want to be
there.
stuck behind that in traffic on the BQE.
What do you mean? Every car's like that on the BQE.
Except it's not moving anymore. Listen, guys, you put me to work a couple innings ago. You wanted to know what happened to Travis Blankenhorn's first career home run ball. Gary, you said it looked yesterday like it may have gone into the Allegheny. I can confirm that the ball did indeed go into the Allegheny. Now, here's the thing. Apparently, Travis Blankenhorn's trainer was in the stands, and he tried to pay somebody to jump into the Allegheny to go get the baseball, but apparently it was too far gone, and they were unable to retrieve it. I don't know why the trainer himself didn't dive in, but that's the info that I have for you.
So are we saying that the ball sunk?
Well, I don't know if it sunk or it went down the river, but I was told it was too far gone. It was something that was impossible to retrieve.
Yeah,
in rent a speedboat, or
either that or they didn't offer enough money.
The currents of those three rivers coming together.
That's where the confluence comes in.
There you go.
That's the Monongahela.
So my advice:
Allegheny.
you get yourself a baseball, you put it in some water for about an hour, take it out. That's your home run ball forever.
I feel bad. I mean, think about Travis Blankenhorn's season, right? When he got his first hit for the Mets, we called him Hildenberger, right?
That's right. That's right.
And now he gets his first home run, and the ball gets drowned in the Allegheny. And now he's back in the minor leagues. It's just not fair.
No, it's not.
Not fair. 2-1 to Stevenson, who has hit 2 ground balls to short, both of which have resulted in errors charged to Luis Guillorme, who has been charged with 3 errors. And he hits another one to short. This one, Guillorme comes up with cleanly, and lo and behold, it's an out. And a sarcastic roar. It's got to be from the Met fans, because Reds fans, they don't have the sense of sarcasm and irony the Met fans would about Guillorme making the play.
Well, he needed that, I'm sure.
It reminds me so greatly of the great Ralph Kiner when Howard Johnson was going through some of his throwing woes.
Yeah, I was there.
And he was making error after error. And Hojo finally handled the play cleanly, made a clean throw to first. Crowd gave him the sarcastic roar of approval. And Ralph said, as only he could, there's never been so much talk about a lack of an arm since the Venus de Milo.
Wow.
Votto fouls one off, and it's 0-2. Votto had a base hit to left center to drive and run in the second, and he's also been hit by a pitch. Joey's on base percentage this year is just .344, but for his career coming into the night, his lifetime on base percentage was .417. .417 for his career. 7 times led the league in on base percentage, and he's been on base twice already tonight. By the way, I don't want to jinx Luis Guillorme because, people think that's a thing, but no Met has ever committed 4 errors in one game.
Hey, listen, he is a great fielder with great hands that had a bad first 2 innings. That's simple as that.
But he's headed in the right direction.
Yes.
He just made a routine play, and that's sometimes all you need to get it turned around. To Votto, and he fights one off. .417. What did Todd Helton finish at? He was over 400 for his career.
I believe so.
Mike Trout .419.
How about Teddy Ballgame?
It's amazing when you think about it. He was the first guy who was really shifted regularly. That's pulled into the shift, but right there is Alonso to pick off the liner. And that's the second out. Helton was .414 for his career. Is he a Hall of Famer?
He's going to be up for it. Yeah, I think he is.
I mean, despite the Coors Field factor, which always, makes people look askance.
And the only reason I say that is if you look at his numbers away from Coors Field, they're pretty solid.
Right. I think Larry Walker getting in also helps.
Yeah,
although,
I agree.
Walker obviously did it in Montreal, did it in St. Louis, and Helton played his whole career in Colorado, so that changes the equation a little bit. So here's Tyler Naquin, has already driven in 3 runs tonight, and he bounces the curveball foul. Eichhoff with a chance for his first 1-2-3 inning of the night. There are the career numbers for Helton. So I think the only thing we're missing there are the road numbers, because that I think will make the equation as to whether the voters consider him Hall of Famer.
Road numbers and significant achievements. No World Championship, no MVPs. Those kind of things.
He won Gold Gloves though.
Gold Gloves, yeah. Silver Sluggers and Gold Gloves.
1-1 to Naquin. And he lines one the other way, and he's got his third hit of the night. So a bloop double, a soft ground ball single, and now an opposite field single for Naquin. So he hasn't had a lot of exit velocity, but he's 3 for 3.
That one was hit pretty hard, though, to left field.
Of the 3.
Yeah, you were saying about the injuries for Naquin. You're right. When he came up, he looked like he was ready to go, but then lost his way offensively. Found it here in Cincinnati.
Well, Dave Joust is on his way out to the mound, and he's running the team with Luis Rojas under suspension. He's going to make the pitching change. Yennsy Diaz has been warming up in the Mets bullpen. So Eichhoff is done after 3 2/3. He'll leave with the Mets down by a run, and we'll be right back. There's your upcoming schedule. The flagship station for New York Mets baseball on the radio is WCBS News Radio 880. Night game tomorrow, day game Wednesday. Then the Mets begin an 11-game homestand Friday night. 3 with the Blue Jays, 5 with the Braves, including a doubleheader next Monday, and then 3 with these Reds. Yennsy Diaz in to face Eugenio Suarez, and he sails a fastball high for ball 1.
Well, it'll be interesting to see the control for Diaz as you look at his numbers. Hasn't pitched in 10 days. Pitched against the Pirates when they were in Citi Field. Gave up a run in an inning of work with a couple of walks.
Comes in here with 2 out. Naquin at first, who is capable of stealing a base. Suarez is grounded out and struck out 0 for 2. And the changeup rides inside. 2-0. Jared Eichhoff could have been more fortunate. He went 3 2/3, allowed 6 hits. So far charged with 7 runs, but only 2 of them earned. A walk, 3 strikeouts, a hit batsman. 76 pitches in 3 2/3. And really, if you take away the errors, he really did exactly what the Mets would have hoped.
I mean, he could have a 6-3, 6-2 advantage right now. Probably would still be in the game because extra pitches because of the errors.
And that ball judged to be away, and it's 3-0. Suarez, who just turned 30 yesterday. It's the birthday no ball player wants to have.
That's right. You don't mind 40, because if you're still in the game at 40, that's a good thing.
That's great. The 30 is kind of a turning point. Swinging 3-0, and he pops it up. Alonso into foul ground. Side retired. Yennsy Diaz gets his man. That sends us to the 5th with the Mets down 7-6.
So I got to learn from. And then moving on to the junior year, it was everything and more. I had ups and downs inside of it, and I had special people that came with it. It's crazy that this is what the future could possibly hold, and I'm excited.
Pinstripes. Kumar Rocker talks about his journey leading up to being the Mets' #1 draft pick on SNY's digital series, Mets Perspective, presented by Verizon. Check it out now on SNY.TV.
I know he's picked 10th, but that's the steal of the draft.
He was supposed to be the #1 guy coming into the season, and I don't pretend to know why he slipped, but the stuff is fantastic.
Take it from someone who knows. Sometimes the financial part of that plays into it, because some teams that are drafting earlier are teams that don't want to spend a lot of money, and they will talk to the player and say, listen, this is what we have slotted, no more, no less. And you can balk and say no.
Well, they had quite a 1-2 punch at Vanderbilt with Jack Leiter, Al's son, and Kumar Rocker, who made quite the impression as a freshman, throwing a no-hitter against Duke in the tournament. And, you know, Kumar's dad was a great athlete. Tracy Rocker, a fantastic college football player. Here's Dom Smith to lead off in the 5th. Taking low and in for ball 1 is R.J. Alanis. Pitches in the big leagues for the first time since 2019.
2019, he had a few games with Seattle and with the Reds. He was on their roster last year at the end of the year, but did not appear in a game.
Slider at the back foot of Dom Smith, and it's 1-1. So Vladimir Gutierrez does not go 5 innings. He throws 68 pitches in his 4 innings of work. He allowed 9 hits and 6 runs, all of them earned. Walked 2, struck out 1, allowed 3 home runs.
That's hit in the air to deep right field. That could tie the game. Toward the stands, and it's out of here. The Mets' 4th home run of the night. This one belongs to Dom Smith, and this one gets the Mets back even at 7-7. The fireworks show continues at Great American Ballpark. 10th of the year for Dom Smith. And the Mets have overcome their defensive miscues by jacking the long balls. 7-7 in the 5th.
You know, Gary, all good signs. We've seen Conforto hit a home run on a fastball and a breaking ball here to Dominic Smith. Looked like a turnover changeup by Alanis that finds the stands.
So after the Mets hit 3 home runs against Vladimir Gutierrez, Dom Smith greets R.J. Alanis with a tying home run. And now J.D. Davis has walked and singled. And he takes a big rip at a fastball, 0-1. So the first batter Alanis faces in the big leagues in 2 years takes him deep.
Welcome to the big leagues.
Guy who has cycled through 7 different organizations, Alanis, as he misses with a slider 1-1. He's 30 years old. Yeah. And he's only had that 1 cup of coffee in 2019. McAllen, Texas product.
Fastball slider change. Whenever I see these guys, I wonder why a guy like Alanis is not in Tampa Bay. They're very good at getting the most out of these right-handers.
They all get there eventually.
Yeah.
Up and in fastball to Davis, 1-2.
This is numbers in the minors this year for Alanis.
No home runs allowed in the minors this season. Eddie Coons.
Oh yes, Eddie Coons. He's never given up a home run.
That's #1 draft pick. Had never allowed a home run in college or the minors. Was it his first batter in the big league?
I don't know what it was. It was semi-tragic. I don't remember.
Davis has certainly hit the ground running coming off the injured list. 4 hits and 9 at bats, including the 2 home runs on Saturday night. He lays off the slider and it's 2-2. Michael Conforto on deck. Well, the Mets had 3 home runs Saturday, 2 more yesterday, and now 4 home runs tonight. And you know, you made the point, Ronnie, and it's true. As the pitching comes back to the pack, especially with DeGrom hurt, it is on this offense. Davis goes down swinging for the first out. And now a word from the Home Depot.
The Home Depot rental has everything you need to go the distance, including tools, trucks, and equipment, some with job site delivery.
So Alanis gets his first out by striking out J.D. Davis, and now Michael Conforto, who hit a 2-run homer his last time up, his 2nd in 2 days and his 5th of the year. You think about how this ball club, the Mets, were perceived when the year began.
Yeah.
They were perceived as an offensive powerhouse that was going to score a lot of runs, hit a lot of home runs. The pitching you thought could be good, but you didn't know. You had Marcus Stroman coming back from a year off. I don't think the Mets had any idea just what they had in Taijuan Walker. Nobody had ever heard of Tyler McGill.
That's right.
You had a revamped bullpen that you thought might be good, but you didn't know. You didn't know what you were going to get out of Aaron Loop or
you never
Padilla.
know. You never know bullpens year to year.
You didn't know that the fielding was going to improve the way it was, the way it has tonight. Accepted.
Well, a lot of that has come from the analytics and shifting that the Mets have been spot on with.
But now you get to the point with 70-some games to go in the season, and it's time for the offense to do its piece.
Yeah.
1-2 coming, and the changeup down, 2-2. Mets lead has shrunk to 2 games over the Phillies, who have tonight off. Phillies won 2 games yesterday. Their suspended game and their regular game both won on JT Realmuto big hits. Phillies have been playing much better of late, 10 of 14. Sliced away foul.
You know, unless you have one of those magical seasons, Gary, I've always thought of the season in this way. The first 100 games are where you position yourself, and the last 62 decide whether you're going to be playing in the postseason or making a tee time in the postseason.
Well, part of it is going to depend on whether Carlos Carrasco can come back to health, whether Jacob deGrom is okay or merely just tweaked again, and whether you're going to get him on the mound every 5th day for most of the last 2.5 months. But it's also going to be on the front office to find another starting pitcher. They've got to.
I agree. There's a lot of teams that are out of it completely right now on this date. They've got to want to part with some of their players and pitchers, and I know the price right now might be steeper than it will be in 2 weeks, but still.
But I guess that's the question. Do you look for a number 2 type starter, or are you looking for a number 4 type starter?
I want innings kind of starter right now. I mean, if you don't want to give up a lot in your farm system, and the Mets have accumulated some real good players in the farm system, I want a guy that eats up innings, dependable.
Yeah, it's hard to be dependable, though.
Yeah,
because that implies health, and I think this year of all years, you just don't know who's going to stay healthy, coming off the short season last year. 8th pitch of the at bat to Conforto, and he fights that one off. Well, deGrom has had 5 separate little injuries, twice on the injured list. He's pitched brilliantly when he's been healthy, and we just don't know when he's going to pitch next. Taijuan Walker had a bump in the road yesterday, but he's been fantastic. Stroman has taken a bit of a step back, although he pitched very well on Friday. And Conforto takes strike 3 called. Looked like it might have been away. A 3-2 changeup got him for the second out.
I'm with Michael. I thought that ball was a little off the plate, but he got the call. Remember, now this ball is starting over the middle of the plate, ends up on the outside. Umpire maybe thought it caught the strike zone at some point, but I felt like it was outside.
Ronnie, what was that grip? Was that a regular circle change grip?
No, it's kind of like a screwball grip by Alanis.
Yeah, it looked a little odd.
Yeah.
There's Tomas Nido, who doubled to right center his last time up, 1 for 2 on the night. And he chases a sinker for strike 1. Bullpen has been a large Achilles heel for the Reds this year. Alanis just called up today to try and fortify them. Popped up along the right field side. Naquin coming over to the sidewall, but runs out of room. They've gone through all different folks as their closer this year. They've got Sean Doolittle. They've got Heath Hembry. They tried Amir Garrett early this year. TJ Antone had actually been their best reliever, but he's hurt right now.
He of the outstanding curveball.
I guess Hembry right now is their closer of the moment, but you know that can change at any time. But they've been let down so much by their bullpen. Really, if they had had just an average bullpen this year, they might be right there with the Brewers at the top of that Central Division. Nido gets a hold of one out to shallow left center, and cutting in is Winker to make the catch, and that retires the side. But Dom Smith ties the game with a home run. Hey, we're halfway through. 7-7. Here's the National League East scoreboard. The Nats have now hit 5 home runs tonight. The most recent one by John Lester, his 4th career home run. Unfortunately, in D.C. over the weekend, real life intruded Saturday night. Gunshots fired outside the ballpark and required the game to be suspended between the Nats and the Padres. And I know you were in D.C. not Saturday night, but you were there yesterday.
Yeah, I wasn't at the ballpark. I was there yesterday. Had to finish the suspended game and then the I guess the second game, the scheduled game at after that. But I will say that the managers the next morning, speaking to both of them, were so emotional from the night before. I mean, almost teary-eyed when we were talking to them. So it really affected them, as the Padres had a lot of family on the trip. So they brought them down from the stands into the dugout, which became a shelter from the unknown. That was the problem, is that you heard the gunshots and no one in the stadium knew where the gunshots were. And I think we're conditioned, the way the world's working right now, that you think anytime you hear gunshots, you have an active shooter situation, right? And for all those players to get all those fans into the dugout and try to get them
it wasn't
saved.
just their family members. They took random fans.
Random fans. In fact, Dave Martinez said, was asked by one of the security guys, are these people family? He goes, our fans are our family. And that'll resonate for a long time. But I think in these kind of situations, everyone compartmentalizes it different, right? And they're going to go through a process where I think everyone's going to have an emotional moment about having to go through something that ended up not being in the ballpark, thank God. But there's two things I took from it. An hour later, those shots were outside the third base gate. You would have had 5,000 people exiting the stadium. And the second thing is there were so many kids with their parents at the ballpark. And imagine that conversation you have to have as a parent leaving the ballpark that night with your children. It's just shameful.
Well, it's certainly not what you want when you go out for an evening of relaxation. And the thing about where the incident occurred, you mentioned right outside the third base gate. If you watch the television broadcast, you can actually hear the gunshots on the audio as they're going to break at the end of the inning, and you can't tell whether they're in the ballpark or outside, but you know that they're gunshots. On the outside corner, perfect pitch by Yency Diaz to get Shogo Akiyama for the first out in the bottom of the fifth.
You know, Gary, if you listen to the radio broadcast, you can even hear the gunshots more. As you see this fastball perfectly placed by Yency Diaz. And Dave Jagler told me that they got under the desk and were under the desk, and Jack, who works all their equipment, ended up pushing all the radio equipment, locking the door, pushing the radio equipment against the door, and they said they were underneath the desk where they worked for 30 minutes awaiting some word from security.
Well, unfortunately, that was the wise thing to do.
It was the wise thing to do, and they got off the air because Dave Jagler told me, he said, listen, we didn't have any information.
Right.
So to stay on the air and not have any information to give people was worse than just getting off the air.
Right. 1-1 to Kyle Farmer. Well, there's so much security that goes into every major sporting event in this country. And as somebody who, is part of these large crowds every day, it has to give you pause.
It does.
About, what could happen.
Certainly. Especially for me with the open air stadiums that we have, and a lot of the stadiums are now being built, or the stadium's being built, Gary, and there's so much real estate built around the stadiums to enhance the area, which certainly is the case in Washington.
Well, I mean, what happened in Denver
yes,
for
of
the
course.
All-Star game with the apprehension of folks who had all sorts of guns and ammunition in a hotel that was overlooking some of the festivities that were held in Denver for the All-Star game. So.
And billions of dollars spent on Homeland Security, and it was a simple maid who changed maybe the course of history.
Farmer lines one to right field, and that's just foul.
Heavy topics to talk about when you're doing a baseball game.
Well, you don't want to have to ever allow real life to intrude, but sometimes it does. We certainly got our dose of that last year. 1-2 to Farmer. Pitcher spot due up next for the Reds. And he grounds one up the middle and just beyond the reach of McNeil and into center field, a base hit. So Farmer with a 1-out single. Good time at bat there.
Fastball away. Pretty good pitch. Maybe better hitting by Farmer. Mets were in a shift, but McNeil wasn't over enough to get to that ball to his backhand.
So R.J. Alanis is going to take the turn at bat. See if he's asked to try and bunt Farmer down to second. He's already given himself up. And Diaz deals outside, ball one.
Because
he says 8 career at bats, 1 hit.
Because of all the runs scored, simply trying to get as many innings as you can from these relievers that have come in after the starters.
Well, both teams made moves today to enhance their bullpens. And the Mets used so much bullpen the last couple of days. Trevor Mays worked back-to-back days. Aaron Loup back-to-back days with 41 pitches yesterday. Familia threw 25 yesterday. Drew Smith threw 41. So basically all those guys you have to figure are down. Bunted at a miss by Alanis, and it's 1-1. So that's why they called up Steven Nogosic and Anthony Banda, who are both in the bullpen and available tonight. Reds likewise calling up Alanis to give them a fresh arm and asking multiple innings from him. And that's why he's taking the turn at bat.
Nogosic and Banda are ripe for this game.
So is everybody else.
Right.
2-1 to Alanis. You should have both Lugo and Diaz available at the end after their meltdowns on Saturday. Both got yesterday off. Never seen Lugo look so vulnerable as he did Saturday night. Just didn't look like him at all. Fastball for strike 2-2.
He was swinging.
Yes, he was. Drew
maybe
Diaz in, and he was Davis in from third, and he was going to bang one right by him.
I think he missed the sign. That's what happened.
Well, now it's 2 strikes, and he's got Davis playing back.
So of course he'll be bunting now.
Jonathan India on deck, and the bunt is back on, or it appears to be. And he takes strike 3 call. So there's the second out. Alanis unable to get a bunt down, or anything else for that matter. And there are 2 away.
Just right down the middle. No offer by Alanis.
So Yency Diaz has now worked an inning in relief, allowed no runs and 1 hit. Jared Eichhoff charged with 7 runs, 2 of them earned on 6 hits. Mets have made 4 errors in this game. Jonathan India has been on base 3 times already. That's pushed his on base percentage for the season up over 400. India is certainly a prime rookie of the year candidate. His teammate Tyler Stevenson maybe a shade behind him. And the only other guys I can really think of right now are the 2 with the Marlins. Trevor Rogers, who's had a fantastic year. He was an all-star for Miami. And Jazz Chisholm, although Chisholm just went on the injured list today with a shoulder problem, and that might hurt his chance.
Yeah, he was diving for a pop-up and hurt his shoulder.
He already missed about a month with a hamstring earlier. But I would say right now India's got to be right at the top of the list. You come in and play from day 1. He was the first Reds second baseman to make his debut on opening day since Pete Rose.
Really?
1963.
Oh, that's a great note.
And now Diaz behind him 3-0, and you can see India's got a great idea at the plate. Jesse Winker on deck. So who's his dad rooting for tonight?
Jonathan.
Yes.
That's who he's rooting for.
So
the orange and blue only go so far.
We're not in Oceanside anymore. So India's on base for the 4th time as Diaz issues his first walk. And now Jesse Winker. He and Nick Castellanos, both starting outfielders on the All-Star team. Castellano out with a bruised wrist right now, his 3rd straight game out of the lineup after he got hit on Friday. He is having a phenomenal year. Winker has faded somewhat after a great start, but Castellanos has kept it up till this moment.
Said that Castellanos looks like the Reds have an off day on Thursday, and they're thinking that with that off day he'll be back and ready to start and play on the Friday.
Mets will take that.
Yes, they will.
Better than Tuesday or Wednesday from their standpoint, although you'd love to see him in the lineup. He's become such an emotionally important player for this team. He plays with such passion, and the Reds have a bunch of those guys. You know, they've got Mike Moustakas on this team.
Right.
And he's hurt right now. He's got a heel injury, but they're kind of cut from the same mold.
Mets are in a little dilemma here as Diaz visited, and the dilemma is this: is that Winker loves to swing at that first pitch, so you want to be careful. But Diaz just walked the hitter, so he's from the school that he's not at the point in his career where he can pinpoint where he wants to throw.
Well, you're not going to swing at that.
No.
Jesse Winker, Olympia High School in Orlando. Same high school as Mason Williams, who played for the Mets earlier this year. And Brett Miller, who plays for the Phillies. Winker 1 for 3 tonight. Singled back in the first, reached on an error and flied out. 2 on and 2 out in a tie game in the 5th. And Winker pops one up. J.D. Davis should have a play. And that retires the side. Big out for Yennsy Diaz as he gets the foul out from Winker to keep it tied after 5. Yeah, but it wasn't Lester's first home run. It was his 4th career home run. Here's Joe Nuxhall, great left-hander, youngest player ever to play in a major league game. He was 15 years old when the Reds called him up during World War II. 15.
Jeez.
And of course, for 30 years was the radio voice with Marty Brennaman on Cincinnati radio.
Such a nice man.
It's the old left-hander rounding third and headed for home. Luis Guillorme leading off in the 6th inning in a tie game, facing R.J. Alanis, and he takes a strike. Alanis was greeted by a Dom Smith home run in the 5th that tied the game, then retired his next 3 hitters with a couple of strikeouts. Jonathan Villar on deck to pinch hit. Miguel Castro up in the Mets bullpen. And Guillorme takes a slider inside. It's 2-1. Guillorme had a base hit to right center in the 2nd, and then he flied out in the 4th, 1 for 2. His on base percentage over 400 for the season. There is nobody who wants to get a big hit tonight more than Luis Guillorme.
Just get on for the big hitters behind you. Keep doing your thing. Just an anomaly tonight for Guillorme.
Meanwhile, in the Cincinnati bullpen, the former Met Brad Brock has begun to throw. Speaking of guys who were Met fans as kids. Fouled away by Guillorme, 3-2.
Brock has done well of late. He's done well all year, but he's been better of late. Got a little rest.
He did some nice work when he came over to the Mets 2 years ago. Developed that cutter, and it really served him well.
Also one of those rubber armed guys that can pitch every day.
He's a Jersey guy.
Tough.
Guillorme takes ball 4. That's a tough take on 3-2. And Alanis just missed. And the Mets get the leadoff man on in the 6th.
He's been doing it all year, though, hasn't he? Been able to take that tough pitch late in the count. It was inside, and it was a ball.
Now Jonathan VR will bat for the pitcher Diaz, and we check in with Steve.
So Guillorme starting to dig himself out a little bit after the really rough start tonight. But either way, I would assume that after the game tonight, his teammates will have something to say about him in the post-game clubhouse. One of the things that the Mets have talked a lot about this year is building this culture, this winning culture. And Francisco Lindor brought something over to the clubhouse this year where after every game, win or lose, they talk about the positives of the night, but they also bring up a player who may have had a rough night and just kind of say, hey, in front of everybody, we believe in you. We either picked you up tonight, we'll pick you up tomorrow, you're going to have a big game tomorrow, something like that, just a way to keep them feeling included. And it may sound like something that's minor, but one of the things that Trevor May told me is that over the course of 162, at some point invariably you are going to have a rough stretch and you're going to feel like you're not a part of the group. It can be somewhat isolating, but the one thing this team is focused on is making sure that everybody, even when they're not feeling great, still feels a part of it. And he believes that's why you've seen so many instances where guys just kind of step up, guys that we didn't expect to do so, step up and win games for this team.
Looks like there's some kind of medical concern with R.J. Alanis.
He doesn't feel great. Talking to the trainer now. He says, I'm good. You better be good. You just came up.
We just brought you here because we need an arm.
Exactly.
Well, just walked the leadoff hitter in the 6th in a tie game, and now we'll be facing Jonathan VR.
See, he had a little step there where he felt something, a little twinge, but when you're just called up, you've got to kind of ignore any of those little owies.
So now VR, who started at shortstop yesterday and went 1 for 5, probably get the start again tomorrow with the Mets facing a left-hander. Mets have 3 guys who can play shortstop on the roster right now with Guillorme, VR, and Jose Peraza. And VR attacks the first pitch and fouls it off. I was asking Luis Rojas about that today, and he said he prefers to hold Peraza back as his late inning guy, as opposed to working him as part of the mix at shortstop. So it'll probably be Guillorme against most right-handers, VR against most left-handers, and VR will also get some time at third when J.D. Davis needs a day. And nice looking fastball by Alanis, and it's 0-2.
Well, Peraza has become somewhat of a victim of his excellence late in games as a pinch hitter. He's proven that he can get the job done, so maybe that keeps him on the bench longer.
Remember who that happened to when he first came up? Brandon Nimmo.
Oh, that's right.
He was so good off the bench that they wouldn't put him in the lineup. He got a spot eventually. He's on deck, by the way. So he's only been on base twice so far tonight. And VR golfs one foul. The starter for the Reds was Vladimir Gutierrez. He went 4 innings, allowed 6 runs and 9 hits. Alanis working a 2nd inning of relief with Brock up behind him in the bullpen, ready to go. Mets have Castro ready to go for the bottom of the 6th. 0-2 to VR, and he reaches for one and fouls it off. Just swatted that away.
Yeah, he's kind of in defense mode here with an 0-2 count against Alanis. What's your feeling about this Reds uniform, Gary? I was always a big fan.
It's a classic.
Yep.
Lays off the slider. I actually like the sleeveless uniforms that the Reds had.
What did they have it in the 60s?
Well, they went to the sleeveless uniform because of Ted Kluszewski, because his muscles were too big for the uniform shirt.
Too big.
Big Ted. Big Clue. 1-2 coming, and VR goes down swinging. 3rd strikeout for Alanis, and the 1st out in the top of the 6th.
He's got nice movement on his pitches, Alanis, with his fastball that runs, this changeup that works like a screwball, and that late breaking slider. He's got the goods to get people out.
And that's going to be all for him. With Nimmo coming up, they want to bring in Brock, who's better at getting left-hand hitters out. So a pitching change for the Reds, 7-7 in the 6th. We'll be right back. Former Met Brad Brock comes on to pitch for the Reds.
Life of being a reliever later in his career. He was released by the Yankees on February 16th, signed by the Royals, designated for assignment, finally signed with the Reds, went down to Louisville, and now in the big leagues again for Brock.
Brandon Nimmo up to face him with a runner at first and 1 out, and he takes a changeup for a strike. Nimmo had a base hit, scored a run in the first, walked in the third, grounded out in the fourth, 1 for 2. Pete Alonso on deck. Mets were up 3-0. They were down 7-3. They rallied to tie on home runs by Conforto and Smith, and now trying to get a lead here in the 6th. And Nimmo hits the changeup foul, and it's 0-2. If the Fangraphs charts are to be believed, Brock has stopped throwing his cutter this year, which is interesting because that was the pitch that he developed while with the Mets, which made him successful in 2019.
Now throwing more changeups. Before he signed with the Reds, he was on the roster for the Team USA that's going for the gold medal in Japan. I bet you Todd Frazier had a lot to do with that. 2 New Jersey guys. Frazier's kind of the de facto captain of that team.
Brock, who grew up in Freehold, went to Monmouth University, is now 35 years old. And Nimmo fouls back the fastball.
So it took 1 shot upstairs, and now should probably come back with the changeup.
R.J. Allen East worked an inning and a third, allowed a home run and a walk, struck out 3, and responsible for Guillorme at first. See the full shift on against Nimmo. And Brandon goes down on the up and in fastball. Nice work by Brock to strike out Nimmo for the 2nd out.
That was a great sequence of pitches from Brock. Starting in with 2 changeups, and then a fastball up and away, and then pinpoint right under the letters against Nimmo, rushing him inside with that fastball.
There's Ted Kluszewski with the sleeveless uniform. I mean, look at those arms.
I know. The problem is that they started with those sleeveless uniforms for little leaguers, and you had those little pin arms coming out of there. It didn't look the same.
Well, you got to wear the sleeves underneath it. Make it look good. That gets away from Stevenson, and that'll move Guillorme down to 2nd with the go-ahead run. So just a little bit of a hook on that fastball. Brock held on to it too long, and the wild pitch moves Guillorme along. Pete's already driven in 3 runs tonight with a 2-run homer and a bloop single, and a good changeup by Brock to get the count even 1-1. Statcast powered by Google Cloud. Brock going from 32% cutter usage last year to none this year. That's a big drop.
It's amazing to me that you could have a pitcher used so much and then just discard it.
Well, he didn't pitch very well last year for the Mets after a successful stint in 2019. So starting off with a different mindset this year. And he gets the fastball on at the knees for a strike, and it's 1-2. And judging by the results so far for Brad, it appears to be working for him.
Yeah, he was running on fumes toward the end of the first half where he had a couple of bad outings, but this is how he's thrown for most of the season when he's been with the Reds.
Always fun to face the team that released you.
And he gets Alonso with the fastball to end the inning. So Brock comes in and strikes out Nimmo and Alonso back to back to keep this game tied. 7-7 going to the bottom of the 6th. Remainder of the series, Mets don't have a starter name for tomorrow. Might well be Robert Stock, who's with the team on the taxi squad. Wade Miley, who's had a fantastic year, will go for the Reds, the veteran left-hander. Then Wednesday day game, Marcus Stroman for the Mets, and Jeff Hoffman is coming off the injured list to pitch Wednesday for Cincinnati. This is the local delicacy known as Skyline Chili, the 5-way with the spaghetti and the beans and the cheese.
5-way.
First the disgusting chili gravy.
And what do you put on
the
that?
onions?
Do you put some mustard or something on that?
No, wait a second. After the onions comes the cheese, and that's what makes it the 5-way. Here we go. There's the cheese. They put like 10 tons of shredded cheese on there, and this is supposed to be food that you actually eat.
Now, does the cheese melt, or is that
Ronnie, have you ever had Skyline Chili?
I have not.
I would recommend
not having it, or
well, no. You need to try everything once.
Okay.
Right?
All right.
What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. Try it once, and then you'll never eat it again. Miguel Castro on to pitch for the Mets at the bottom of the 6th. Then Tyler Stevenson. It's a hot shot, and Alonso with a nice play and gets him at first. Beautifully done by Pete Alonso with the sit spin. And that's the first down in the 6th.
Well, this ball hit in such a way that it was kind of a in-between high hop for Pete, and he stayed with it and makes the nice transfer to Castro. Didn't look like a difficult play, but it was. And he kind of backed up just enough to make it a manageable hop.
And Castro off the mound to make sure it was an easy play at the back end. And that's the first out in the bottom of the 6th. There's Joey Votto. And he takes a fastball that must have missed. Ball 1.
Well, 3 unscored upon appearances for Castro, so that he's looking to build on that.
He worked yesterday a 1-2-3 4th inning. Remember, the Mets had to go to their bullpen in the 1st inning yesterday, and the bullpen was brilliant. Votto hits one out to left field. Back toward the gap goes Smith near the wall, and it's off the top of the fence in play. Nimmo plays to Karam. Votto heads to second, and the throw arrives too late. And Votto, who barely missed a home run, settles for an opposite field double. Second hit of the night for Votto.
Well, when Votto was at his best, he could flick that ball that was on the outside corner over the wall in the left center and just missed here. Fastball from Castro, flicks it out to left field over the head of Smith, and boy, what a foot from going out.
Maybe. So Votto with his 11th double of the year puts the tie-breaking run at second with 1 out. And now Tyler Naquin is already 3 for 3, a bloop double, a bleeder single, and a single to left. And he takes a slider on the outside corner for a strike, 0-1. Naquin signed late this year. Didn't sign him until second half of February after the Indians non-tendered him, and he sat out on the free agent market all winter. He tops one foul, and it's 0-2. Naquin has already driven in 51 runs this year. He's hitting .333 with runners in scoring position. That was coming into the day. He's already got 3 RBIs in this game. .2 coming. Bounce to the right side. Big hop for McNeil. And he throws out Naquin, 2 out as Votto goes to third.
So I've thought about the Skyline Chili, and who knows when we're going to travel again. So if we do travel to Cincinnati at some point, I will do it as long as anyone else that's involved in our truck or the broadcast who has not had it has it with me. We'll make it a team event.
We'll send, you know, all of our younger members from the truck.
because I've done my penance.
I mean, it looks.
Here's Eugenio Suarez, and he gets one out in the air to left center field, and Nimmo is there to retire the side. A double and one left. Scoreless inning for Castro, his fourth straight scoreless outing. 7-7 after 6. That is 5 home runs in the last 4 games for Soto. Meanwhile, the Mets have hit 4 home runs tonight. Alonso, McNeil, Conforto, Smith. Mets were up 3-0. They were down 7-3. Mets have made 4 errors, but they've overcome that. And it's 7-7 going to the 7th. Well, at the beginning of this season, Amir Garrett looked like he might be the closer for the Reds, but he has had a dreadful year.
Yes, he has. Left-handers are hitting 255 off him. The numbers tell the story. I don't have to.
Even at his best, he was always a guy who would walk a lot of hitters, but he's walking better than 5 batters per 9 innings this year, and he's given up 8 home runs in 28 2/3 innings. He'll get 3, 4, and 5 in the Mets order. Jeff McNeil leads off. He's already homered tonight, and he hits a first pitch slider foul. 0-1. McNeil's homer came in the first inning against Vladimir Gutierrez. He hit to right center, his 4th of the year, right after Alonso got the Mets on the board with a 2-run homer. Conforto added a 2-run homer in the 4th, and then Dom Smith tied the game with a leadoff home run in the 5th. Smith on deck, then J.D. Davis for the Mets in the 7th. And Garrett with a good slider gets ahead on McNeil. 0-2. Amir Garrett, 6'5", noted small forward for the St. John's Red Storm.
I played, I don't know, just a short time with Terry Bross, who was a St. John's basketball player. He was 6'10".
He was.
Good dude.
Good dude. I think Amir was a better basketball player than Terry.
Terry was a big body guy.
Terry was. He was very, very big. He was in the Bill Wennington school.
When we were locked out, I don't forget what year it was. We were playing basketball every afternoon.
1990.
1990, playing every afternoon for 2 hours, and I was killing that league until Terry Bross started playing. And then I had to carry him up and down for 2 hours. No good.
Oh, swing and a miss and a slider. So Garrett gets off to a good start, striking out McNeil. 1 out in the 7th. Tell your old man dragging Lanier up and down the court for 48 minutes.
That's right. From airplane.
So here's Dom, who tied the game with his 10th home run of the year in the 5th. After 3 hits yesterday, continuing his fine month of July. And now facing the left-hander. And Garrett gets the fastball in for a strike. 0-1. Neither McNeil nor Dom has seemed as though they have seen the ball well out of Garrett's hand. Quick pitch, and he found the outside corner for a strike. 0-2.
He did that once to McNeil also. So some changes in Amir Garrett's approach.
Well, when your ERA is in double digits, which it was earlier this year, you got to do something. Amir's now 29 years old. Misses away with a slider. 1-2 to Dom. J.D. Davis on deck. And a slider strikes out Dom. So back-to-back strikeouts against the lefties for Amir Garrett. And there are 2 out in the 7th. You know, you think about the Reds and their needs, and certainly the bullpen is number 1. But you have to wonder what impact this past weekend has had on the thought process in the Cincinnati front office. Right, there were 4 games out at the All-Star break after beating the Brewers 3 out of 4 in Milwaukee, and then they come home and play the Brewers for 7 straight games, just like the Mets played the Pirates, and they got swept at home, and now they're 7 games out.
You know, a week ago, Nick Kroll was quoted as saying, "We are absolute buyers," and you're right, Gary. Things can change very quickly in this game.
Quickly 0-2 on JD. Well, if Almir Garrett keeps pitching like this, he may not need as much bullpen help. JD's 1 for 2 and a walk tonight. Back off the pitcher's leg, recovered by Garrett, and he fires to first. A wide throw, but Votto stayed on the bag, and that retires the side. Garrett shakes it off. He's got a 1-2-3 inning stretch time, tied at 7. Well, they call it Fountain Square. Not sure why they call it Fountain Square.
Cincinnati's version of the Trevi Fountain, right?
Oh, because there's a fountain.
There you go.
That's why they call it Fountain Square. Drive to the right side off the bat of Akiyama. And the flip by McNeil with Castro covering, or by Alonso with Castro covering just in time to get the out. We're too busy looking at the fountain. Forgot about Akiyama leading off the bottom of the 7th. It's a 3-1 putout.
Yes, it was.
Okay.
Castro with little twinkle toes across the first base bag.
So Castro's faced 5 batters and thrown 10 pitches. I believe they call that efficiency. There's Kyle Farmer is 1 for 3. Aristides Aquino is on deck to pinch hit. So after Castro worked an inning yesterday, Mets trying to get 2 innings out of him tonight. And he runs that slider inside to Farmer, ball 1. Last night, or yesterday, the Mets got 8 2/3 scoreless out of the bullpen. Today, 2 1/3 or 2 2/3 scoreless so far. Yancy Diaz gave the Mets an inning and a third. And now Castro's gone an inning and a third. 2-0 to Farmer. So after all the nice words we said about his efficiency, Castro falls behind 3-0.
Your fault.
It's always my fault. Castro has twice gone 2 innings this year. That's as far as he's gone in any game. And he finds the corner to Farmer, 3-1. Jared Eichhoff last year just 3 2/3. Betrayed by his defense, gave up 7 runs, 2 of them earned. Yancy Diaz an inning and a third, no runs, 1 hit. 3-1 from Castro, and Farmer laces one the other way for a base hit. So Kyle Farmer has his 2nd hit of the night. And the Reds have their 9th hit. Drive around the majors brought to you by Cadillac. 2 home runs for Soto. That's 5 in the last 4 games. It's been a cakewalk for the Nats. Even John Lester hit a home run. Jarren Duran has his first big league home run for the Red Sox. They're blowing out the Blue Jays, and they needed that. Their lead was down to a half game over Tampa Bay coming into the day. Right. Tampa Bay is getting beat by the Orioles 6-1 in the 8th. And the Cardinals up 5-1 on the Cubs. Well, they switch off with a runner on base. They're going to send up Tucker Barnhart to pinch hit rather than Aquino, who is more of a power hitting threat. Barnhart, a former switch hitter, now strictly a left-hand batter. Seth Lugo up in the Mets bullpen will be looking to shake off the effects of Saturday night's debacle.
I still feel, and this is my opinion, Gary, I still feel like he's pitching himself into shape, Lugo. It just doesn't seem like he's all back yet. And that happens when you come off an injury. Hefner out to talk to Castro. Hefner had a lot to say to Castro there.
Dave Joust running the team. Luis Rojas suspended 2 games. That was announced just a couple of hours before the game today. So Luis is not allowed in the clubhouse or in the dugout. Not sure exactly where he's watching this game, but he'll be doing the same tomorrow. He'll be back Wednesday. So here's Barnhart to pinch hit, and he swings and misses at a slider, 0-1.
See, if we were there, maybe we could get Louis to come on the TV with us.
Is he allowed to do that?
Why not?
Barnhart, who won his 2nd Gold Glove last year, has seen his playing time diminish a bit lately with the fine play of the rookie Tyler Stevenson. But he's had a good year. Barnhart's hitting .270. In fact, in terms of OPS, this has been his best offensive year. Ball and a strike to Barnhart. Jonathan India, who's already been on base 4 times in this game, waits on deck. So the shift against Barnhart. And that fastball in the dirt. I don't know how Nito was able to scoop that up. I mean, you can't prepare for 99 in the dirt.
No, he made like an infielder and just, you know, there's not a chance to get down and block 99. So scooped it like an infielder. Castro's having trouble with the mound, or appearing to have trouble with his landing area.
Farmer at first with 1 out. And Barnhart chases the changeup, and it's 2-2. Changeup was such a great weapon against the lefties early this season for Castro.
Well, he's fixed his mechanics a little. He was really rushing that changeup and took his time there and executed the pitch.
Throw another one, try and get a rollover for a double play.
Absolutely.
Well, he got the ground ball. Davis with the underhand scoop, and Guillorme will hold on to it as they get the 2nd out on the 5-6 fielder's choice. So he threw the changeup, he got the ground ball, but not the rollover that might have better turned a double play.
That's all right. He'll take an out there. Good play by JD. He's got a lot of spin on this ball, so he comes up to meet it and makes sure of the out. Doesn't try to rush it to turn 2.
And no ill-advised throw by Guillorme, who's made a couple of those today. Well, Dave Joust comes out. He's going to make a double switch and bring Lugo into the game to try and get Jonathan India, which nobody's been able to do so far tonight. Jose Peraza will come into the game as well after J.D. Davis made the last out. 7-7 in the 7th. We'll be right back. We invite you to watch SNY Mets games on any device. Just visit SNY.TV or download the NBC Sports app today for live streaming coverage of every SNY Mets game. Double switch for the Mets. Jose Peraza, who played 4 years in Cincinnati, will come in and bat 9th and play 3rd. And Seth Lugo, trying to bounce back from a rough outing, will pitch and bat 5th.
Yeah, 5 runs. Only got a couple of outs on 3 hits and 2 walks with no strikeouts for Lugo in that game against Pittsburgh.
Jonathan India has been up 4 times. He's reached base 4 times, and Lugo didn't get the call on the curveball, and it's 1-0. India doubled down the left field line, was hit by a pitch and walked twice. He scored 2 runs. His on base percentage for the year up to .402. And he has to move out of the way of a fastball, and it's 2-0. Lugo walked the first batter he faced on Saturday night. That was Brian Reynolds. Then he gave up a couple of hits, another walk. And then with 2 out of 3 run homer to Wilmer Defoe that really put the Pirates in position, and they wound up rallying and winning against Diaz in the 9th. And now Lugo behind 3-0. Jesse Winker on deck.
Be prepared here for the swing by India.
India with 7 home runs on the year. And he takes a strike knee high on the outside corner, 3-1. Left-hander Josh Osich is up in the bullpen. Here's ball 4. And India is on base for the 5th straight time. A hit by pitch, and 3 walks. So Lugo making it more difficult on himself. Now it's to face Jesse Winker with 2 men on. Winker's 1 for 4 tonight on a base hit back in the 1st. Since then he's reached on an error, flied out, and fouled out. Came up with 2 out and 2 on in the 5th inning. And Yency Diaz got him to foul out to 3rd. Now he's up in the same spot in the 7th with the game tied. Barnhart the go-ahead run at 2nd. India at 1st. And Winker fouls off the first pitch fastball. 0-1.
Winker was a little late on that fastball. He's right on the dish. Just looking to pull.
19 home runs this year. Top 10 in the league in batting average and slugging percentage. Having himself a breakout season. And Winker laces one to right field. That's a base hit. It's going to go up against the wall, and the Reds will take the lead. Barnhart is in. They'll hold India at 3rd. It's a run-scoring double for Jesse Winker, and Cincinnati's back in front 8-7. And Seth Lugo's troubles continue.
Well, it's interesting. Lugo, who's so smart about pitching, threw a fastball by Winker. Then he comes with the curveball, which sped up the bat of Winker. Produced this double. Easy for Barnhart to score. India goes 1st to 3rd.
Well, maybe J.R. House would try to score India with 2 out, running on contact. But they held him at 3rd base, and now Tyler Stevenson with 2 in scoring position takes the curveball low and away for ball 1. So this inning has begun for Lugo the same way that his last outing did. A walk to the first hitter, and then a off-speed pitch that gets hit hard. There's a fastball for a strike, and it's 1-1. Stevenson's 0 for 4, but he's reached twice on errors, driven in a run, and scored 2. Jesse Winker, who loved to antagonize the Citi Field crowd when he was last in New York, antagonizes them from afar with a go-ahead hit.
One thing that comes into play after you've had an arm surgery is sometimes your pitches are a little different than they were before. The spin on the ball. The curveball's not been the same for Lugo this year yet.
That's a good fastball. Catching the inside corner, 2-2. Two coming. And he misses low at 97. 3-2. Joey Votto would be next. Reds with a run home in the 7th. The run is charged to Miguel Castro. He's now on the hook in this game. 3-2 coming to Stevenson. And he chops one foul. And they'll do it again. The Mets bullpen was such a strength through the early part of the year, even without Lugo, and then getting Lugo back seemed to make it a very solid unit. But Lugo suffering through back-to-back rough outings, and that hurts. 3-2. Grounded down to 3rd. Peraza's got it. Goes to first. Low throw, and Alonso bails him out. Peraza made a bad throw, and Alonso with a great scoop. Reds get a run and lead 8-7.
The Cincinnati Reds ahead, and Jesse Winker has some interesting memories with the Mets faithful.
Crowd favorite at Citi Field, Jesse Winker. And when the Reds get here weekend after next, Met fans will have even more to converse with Mr. Winker about. Just had the go-ahead double in the bottom of the 7th to put the Reds in front 8-7.
Some players feed off that. Outfielders feed off that back and forth they have with the faithful. It's all good-natured most of the time.
Most of the time. Josh Osich, the former San Francisco Giant, is on to pitch for the Reds, protecting a 1-run lead in the 8th. Tucker Barnhart stays in the game behind the plate. Michael Conforto, first man up for the Mets in the 8th. He's already homered tonight. And Michael takes one up out of the strike zone for ball 1.
Osich might be their hottest reliever. 7 hitless appearances to close out the first half.
Spent last year with the Cubs, 4 years with the Giants, time with the White Sox and Red Sox as well. His first year in Cincinnati. And a fastball in for a strike, 1-1.
So this is Winker, Gary. After he got that big hit, he went into the bullpen. Looks like he brought all the bullpen guys together and maybe had a little discussion.
I got you the lead. Now it's your turn.
Let's go.
He has certainly got a personality, doesn't he?
He does.
Osich misses high with the fastball, 2-1.
Like, listen, let's go now. I know we got swept by the Brewers. Let's put the pedal to the metal. We got a little lead here. Hold it, because I need another go-ahead RBI. It's good to see.
Conforto lifts one off the left side. Can anybody get there? And the slide by Barnhart, but he came up a little shy as the ball went in the dugout. Nice effort. Suarez so far over in the shift that he wasn't going to get there.
Barnhart, no one talks about, one of the best defensive catchers in the game.
Won his second Gold Glove last year.
I mean, look how far he goes. He knows they're in the shift. Might be the only one to get it.
Not going to get any help on that side of the field.
I love the hustle, though. Love it.
2-2 to Conforto, who homered last night to put the Mets in front in the 9th. He had a 2-run homer in the 4th inning today to get him close after the Mets fell behind 7-3. Now they're behind again. And this is outside, and it's full count.
First batter face numbers are good. He's been real good in his last 7 appearances. Maybe the biggest pitch of the night here in the 8th inning.
Josh Osich, Oregon State product, facing Michael Conforto, Oregon State product. Which Beaver will prevail?
Well, late swing there. Look at D. Sarcina. That must have went whistled by his cap. He can still move, get out of the way. Boy, he was a good player. Like a solid player for the Angels.
Really good.
Yeah.
Shortstop.
Yep.
One of Terry Collins' favorites when he managed the Angels. 7th pitch of the at bat coming from Osich to Conforto. And Michael lines one the other way for a base hit. So in the Oregon State matchup, Conforto prevails, and the Mets have the tying run aboard in the 8th.
What an at bat there by Conforto. Fouls the really tough pitch off and then just kind of half strokes it to left field.
And now James McCann is going to bat for Tomas Nido, which is interesting. Luis Rojas said he put Nido in the lineup for a 2nd straight day because he's been hot with the bat and McCann has not. But now McCann is batting for Nido.
Are they looking maybe for a little more power here? A chance for McCann to hit a 2-run shot, or?
McCann's last start came on Saturday night. He was 0 for 4. He's hitless in his last 11 at bats. Conforto the tying run at first with nobody out. McCann takes a cutter for a strike, 0-1. Well, all 9 starters in the Mets lineup tonight had at least a hit. It's the first time that's happened all year. Mets have 11 hits in all. Now they need a 10th guy to get a hit. That would be this guy. And McCann gets under one, deep left field. Back goes Winker to the warning track, back at the wall. It's out of here! James McCann with a 2-run pinch hit home run. And the Mets go in front 9-8. Send up the power bat, and it comes through. Dave Joust pushing the right button. McCann with a 2-run homer, and the Mets lead their 5th home run of the night.
Like a good poker player, Dave Joust got to know when to hold him or when to fold him. And he takes a chance on McCann and that power. And in this ballpark, anything in the air has a chance.
8th home run of the year from McCann, and the Mets leapfrog back in front. And now a drag bunt attempt by Guillorme, and that one caught Barnhart. Guillorme trying to catch the Reds napping, with Votto playing very deep at first base, but fouled off the bunt attempt after McCann brought smiles to everybody in that dugout. The Mets have hit 5 home runs tonight. Alonso, McNeil, Conforto, Smith, and now McCann, after the Mets had fallen behind. McCann puts them back in front of the 8th.
Nito might be your hottest hitter, but McCann provides something that Nito usually can't provide, and that's the power.
It's the 2nd career pinch hit home run for McCann. His first one came for the Tigers back in 2016.
Guillorme slaps one through the hole for a base hit. So Guillorme's on base for the 3rd time tonight. His 2nd hit. Mets with 3 straight hits against Josh Osich to start this top of the 8th inning. And the pitching coach Derek Johnson on his way out to the mound after Amir Garrett was dominant in a 1-2-3 7th inning. Osich having trouble after Jesse Winker's speech to the bullpen corps.
Well, their pitching coach Derek Johnson, everything has gone pretty swimmingly for him here until this season, and it's been a struggle. The starting staff has responded in late May and has been better, but the bullpen 27th in ERA, 5.27.
And they actually had a pretty good run right before the All-Star break. The last couple of weeks before the break, it looked like they had gotten things turned around a little bit with that bullpen, but then they had a meltdown in that series over the weekend against the Brewers, and a huge home run by McCann against Osich here in the 8th to put the Mets in front in this game.
In that Brewers series, Gary, 16 runs and 13 innings pitched in that series.
So now it's the former Red Jose Peraza looking to do some damage against his old club, and he pops up the first pitch he sees, and it's fouled out of play. Peraza spent 4 years with the Reds, most of that time as a regular player.
He's a regular shortstop for a long time. After it was Zach Cozart was the shortstop for a long time. He moved on to the Angels as a free agent. Peraza took over.
Guillorme at first, still nobody out. Brandon Nimmo on deck. And Peraza pops one up, shallow left, long run for Winker to the line. It'll get there. He made the catch in fair territory, and that's the first out. So Peraza is retired. By the way, McCann's home run was the Mets' 4th pinch hit home run this season. Brandon Drury had 2. Kevin Pillar had 1. And now McCann.
5 home runs for the Mets this evening.
1 shy of their season high. So now Nimmo has been on base twice tonight with a single and a walk. So Lugo, after giving up the go-ahead hit to Winker, and is now pitcher of record on the long side. Just another example of why relief pitcher wins and losses have never mattered. Even when starting pitcher wins did.
Yeah, I look at it this way, though, is if the reliever gets a win, that means your team won. Doesn't matter how it happened. But Lugo's still got some work to do. I think he's going to be going out there for the 8th.
That was the plan. That's why they double switched Peraza into the game. And Nimmo takes the cutter just a little up and in. 1-0. Well, we have seen Edwin Diaz asked to get more than 3 outs. He's been successful on a couple of occasions, but that last game before the All-Star break, remember, he wormed his way out of trouble in the 8th, but then gave it up in the 9th. And I think they're reluctant to do that too often. Golf foul by Nimmo, and it's 1-1.
Yeah, trying to keep it a little simpler, right? So we'll see if Lugo can get those 3 outs as a Mets fan gets a ball. Nice.
Met fans have been getting louder and louder as this game has gone along.
You know, you're in the Midwest. After a Mets fan gets the ball, he gets high fives from all the fans. Everyone's so nice.
I told you about my St. Louis experience in '85. They were calling the Mets pond scum on the radio, but they were so nice to us in the stands. I just couldn't comprehend. In the dirt, scooped out by Barnhart, 2-1. Even when Darryl hit the ball off the clock, they were congratulating me and my buddy.
Boy, that was a good game.
Yeah,
wasn't it?
God, I'm so happy for you guys. What?
Well, they did have a lead. I mean, as far as the division standing for
when the series began and when it ended.
Yep, exactly. Tried our best.
George. Here's the 2-1, and Nimmo swings through the cutter, and it's 2-2. That first inning, that last game of the series, bases loaded in the first inning.
Ended right there on that hill.
What did you guys win? 98 that year?
98.
98.
Not good enough.
No wild card back in '85. But you and Tudor, that first game of the series, man.
That was fun. That's just.
And a foul tip for strike 3. So Osich sticking with the cutter strikes out Nimmo for the second out. Second time Brandon's been struck out tonight.
Is Bell going to stick with Osich against Alonso? Good pitch here. Late swing by Nimmo. Didn't really look like he saw that ball out of the hand of Osich. So a little dangerous, I would think, to let Osich face Alonso.
No, he's not. He's not going to.
Okay.
They have the right-hander ready in the bullpen, Heath Hembry. And so they'll make another pitching change here. Osich giving up the go-ahead home run to McCann. Mets up 9-8 in the 8th as the Reds go to the bullpen again. We'll be right back to Cincinnati. Game 2 of this series tomorrow night. Our coverage begins at 6:30. Mets and Reds on SNY, and if it's as entertaining as this one, well, you're going to want to tune in tomorrow night. This one's gone back and forth all night. Mets were up 3-0, down 7-3, tied it up. Reds bent back up 8-7. Mets have taken the lead here in the 8th on James McCann's home run, and now the former Red Sox right-hander Heath Hembry is in.
Hembry's been good to close out the first half. 5 saves and 8 appearances, and in here to try to get Alonso out to end the 8th.
Mets saw a lot of Hembry last year, both with the Red Sox and with the Phillies. Alonso's already driven in 3 runs tonight with a 2-run homer and a bloop single. He bats with Guillorme at first and 2 out. 2 runs home for the Mets in the 8th. And Alonso takes a fastball for a strike from Hembry. Hembry, the 6th Cincinnati pitcher. Vladimir Gutierrez went 4, allowed 6 runs, 9 hits. R.J. Alanis went an inning and a third, 1 run, 1 hit. Brad Brock 2/3 of an inning. Amir Garrett at 1-2-3 7th, and then Josh Osich gave up the 2-run homer to McCann here in the 8th. And a hanging slider, and Alonso fouls it back, and it's 0-2.
And Pete had a pitch to hit there.
Mets have hit 5 home runs tonight. Pete hit the first one. That came in the first inning. Gave the Mets a quick 2-0 lead. Just the start of all the twists and turns tonight. Guillorme's been right in the middle of it from both sides. He's been on base 3 times. He chops one to the left side. Jumping stab by Farmer, and he gets the force play. That's about as high a chop to shortstop as you're ever going to see. It almost bounced over Farmer's head. And somehow he was able to stay with it, showed off the hops, and got the force. Mets lead 9-8. James McCann, whose home run put the Mets in front, stays in the game behind the plate. Seth Lugo stays in to pitch the 8th inning and throws a curveball outside to Joey Votto. Votto's already 2 for 3 in this game. Also been hit by a pitch, and the only time he was retired was on a line drive to Alonso at first base. And Lugo misses with a couple of curveballs and falls behind 2-0.
We've seen this with other hitters, but Votto is more straight up and down than he was a couple of seasons ago when he was in a real distinct crouch.
This is a real show me inning for Lugo. After a rough 7th, gave up the hit that put the Reds in front. And now quickly falls behind on Votto 3-0. Walked the leadoff hitter on Saturday. Walked the first man he faced tonight. And now he's behind his first hitter here in the 8th inning, 3-0. This is not the Seth Lugo we're accustomed to. Tyler Naquin on deck, then Eugenio Suarez. And Votto takes a strike. A generous call by Ed Hickox. 3-1.
The ball inside. Votto knows it. No one knows the strike zone better than Joey Votto.
See if Lugo can build on that. Triangle defense on the right side against Votto. And Joey pops one up foul. Third base side. That'll go out of play. 3-2. Jared Eichhoff started for the Mets, went 3 2/3, allowed 7 runs, but only 2 of them earned. Yency Diaz looked really good, an inning and a third, no runs, 1 hit. Miguel Castro charged with a run in an inning and 2/3. And now Lugo trying to protect a 1-run lead in the 8th. 3-2 coming to Votto. And he struck him out. So helped out by a generous first strike call, Lugo comes back from 3-0 to fan Votto for the first out in the 8th.
Boy, it's amazing what one call can mean in a game, in an at-bat. But nice job by Lugo coming all the way back.
So now Tyler Naquin, who's 3 for 4 tonight, 2 singles and a double. He's driven in 3 runs. That bullpen is quiet. They're asking Lugo, who got 1 out in the 7th, to get 3 outs in the 8th before turning it over to Diaz. Let's put the full shift on against Naquin, who's become much more of a pull hitter. And a check swing, foul ball, 0-1. See Eugenio Suarez in the background on deck. On the ground, through the hole into left center for a base hit. So with the shift on against Naquin, he finds the open space for his 4th hit of the night. And all 4 have been to the left of second base.
This one kind of jams him with an inside-out swing, just hits it against the shift and gets himself a base hit.
Interesting, right? Charts say he's a pull hitter, and he is. But all 4 of his hits have not been pulled.
And he wasn't trying to go that way. The ball just beat him inside.
So now the tying run at first with 1 out. And here's Suarez, who has not looked good at the plate tonight, but he is a very dangerous hitter. He's 0 for 4 in this game. 18 home runs for the year. 2 years ago hit 49 home runs. And he takes a fastball strike from Lugo.
The key against when you're pitching right now against Suarez, you can throw that first pitch strike and then don't throw him another one.
He's 0 for 5 against Lugo with 3 strikeouts in his career. Naquin with good speed at first. And Suarez takes a fastball on the corner, and it's 0-2. Hickox has been a little generous on that side of the plate. Well, since the start of 2019, only Pete Alonso's hit more home runs than Eugenio Suarez. 49 in 19, 15 last year. and 18 this year. Lugo ahead of him 0-2. And he bounces the curveball 1-2. Tyler Naquin with 4 hits, tying a career high. 4th time in his career he's had a 4-hit game. Reds have 11 hits tonight. And he struck him out. Lugo goes upstairs to strike out Suarez. The 114th time that Suarez has been struck out this year. 2 out.
Smart pitching by Lugo. Just don't throw him another strike. Wants to swing the bat. He's going to swing at just about anything. Can't catch up to that high fastball.
So now 2 out. Naquin still at first, and now Shogo Akiyama. Wouldn't be a bad time for Naquin to steal a base. Akiyama drove in a run with a sac fly in the first, otherwise 0 for 3. Only a short lead for Naquin. And Akiyama takes a knee-high fastball for a strike. Well, Lugo's starting to find a bit of a groove. After getting that call on 3-0 against Votto, it turned the entire inning in his direction. Still a short lead for Naquin. And Akiyama takes a curveball for a strike, and now it's 0-2. Funny, isn't it?
I mean, I was just thinking, if Lugo goes on to pitch like Lugo the rest of the year, you can pinpoint it to one pitch in Cincinnati on a Monday night.
0-2 coming to Akiyama.
Got him looking. Side retired. Seth Lugo strikes out 3 in the inning. Gets Votto, Suarez, and now Akiyama to keep the Mets in front 9-8 going to the 9th.
Edwin Diaz warming up after the postgame. It's Geico Sports Night. We'll have all the highlights of this crazy game. Saquon Barkley trying to come back from a knee problem. And I don't know who in the studio wrote the Skyline Chili is underrated.
Probably someone from Cincinnati.
It's inedible, I can tell you that. That's looking for some insurance in the top of the 9th. Jeff McNeil takes a strike from Heath Hembree. McNeil homered back in the first inning. 1 for 4 tonight. Dom Smith on deck, and then the pitcher's spot. Mets have only one player left on their bench, and that is Kevin Pillar. Mets with a 4-man bench now after sending Travis Blankenhorn down today to get them some more pitching depth inside 1-1. They haven't had to use their depth guys. They've used Yency Diaz, who pitched really well, Miguel Castro, who was tagged for a run, Seth Lugo, who started poorly but finished strong, and now they'll be counting on Diaz to save it in the bottom of the 9th. A couple of wild games, well, several wild games back to back on this road trip. And first, the Mets let a 6-run lead get away on Saturday. Then they come back from 6 runs down to win yesterday. They get off to another horrible start today with the 4 errors in the first 2 innings. They trail 7-3. And trying to make this one stick. In at the knees for a strike. 2-2 to McNeil. The Mets have not won a game where they allowed 7 runs in the first 2 innings since 2000. They did it in the first game of a doubleheader against the Expos, July 27th of 2000, which is interesting. But here's the kicker to that. The Mets haven't won a game where they made 4 errors since July 27, 2000.
What?
In the second game of that same doubleheader.
No way.
Against the Expos. That is crazy. They could exorcise 21 years of demons in one day, but they haven't done it yet. 3-2 coming to McNeil, and he slaps one on the ground toward the hole. Nice play by Suarez. The sit spin and the throw, and he got him. Beautiful play by Eugenio Suarez to get McNeil 1 down. That's a couple of great plays. The last two batters for the Mets on the left side of that Reds infield.
Well, he started the season at shortstop, did Suarez, so maybe a little familiar with this play to his left. But to get up and throw the ball accurately to first was the most difficult part after he made this lunging play.
Well, not contributing with the bat right now, but that's a fine defensive play by Suarez. That's a lot of bubble gum. One out. Here's Dom, who had a home run to tie the game in the 5th inning. This has been a game of many twists and turns. Mets got first inning home runs from Alonso and McNeil to go up 3-0. Mets made 4 errors in the first 2 innings to fall behind 7-3. They rallied on the strength of Conforto and Smith's home runs to tie it, fell behind again 8-7 before James McCann's 2-run pinch hit home run put them back in front of the 8th. And Hembree gets even 1-1. Here's Dom's bomb.
Just a little change up on the outside part, and he covers it. What's that, 25 rows deep?
Right center. That's where it goes. Let's have it a couple into that jet stream tonight. McNeil and Dom both using that following win. And Dom rips one right at the second baseman India in the shift. And that's the second out. So 2 out. Let's see what's coming up on WB Mason post game live. Gary Apple, Todd Zeal. What you got, guys? So 2 out in the top of the 9th, and now Kevin Pillar, the last man left on Dave Jouse's bench. So if Jouse wins another one today, does Louis owe him dinner or something?
Well,
since this goes on Louis' permanent record.
Manager always pays for the coaches.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, it works like that.
Pillar hits one out to center field. This one's playable for Akiyama. And that retires the side, and now Edwin Diaz will get the ball in the bottom of the 9th, looking for the save with the Mets up 9-8. Last of the 9th inning, Kevin Pillar stays in the game in left field. Edwin Diaz, who has blown saves in back-to-back appearances, will try and get back on the horse tonight.
Well, if you're watching this broadcast, you know exactly what's happened the last couple of times. So Diaz looking to rebound.
That was succinct.
Right.
He's not the only guy in New York struggling right now.
I mean, I don't want to bemoan the stats lately, so let bygones be bygones.
Or as Ricky Henderson said, let bye-byes be bye-byes.
Go get him, Edwin. Go get him.
Kyle Farmer will lead off in the last of the 9th. Tucker Barnhart and Jonathan India to follow. Farmer has had base hits each of his last 2 at-bats, 2 for 4 on the night. And Diaz misses badly with his first pitch for ball 1. When he pitched on Saturday night, his first pitch hit Key Brian Hayes, and that set the entire inning in motion. A walk, an infield hit, and then the Jacob Stallings 2-out grand slam that turned a Met win into a Met loss.
There was a time in the game when you're down by 1 run against the closer that sometimes has control issues that you would take a strike. Let's see if Farmer does that.
And that pitch almost caught the top of the zone, but it's ruled a ball by Ed Hickox, and now it's 3-0. Well, you go back to the beginning of the bottom of the 8th when Lugo fell behind 3-0 on Votto, got a generous call and came back to strike him out. 3-0 this time to Farmer, and it's well inside ball 4, and just like that, the tying run is on base. Not the start that Diaz wanted. Dave Joust running the team with Luis Rojas suspended for 2 games starting tonight after his excessive arguing with Jeremy Riggs yesterday. That's what they called it, excessive arguing. We're going to get a pinch runner now. Is that Mike Freeman coming in? No, it's Aquino. Aristides Aquino running for Barnhart, which I guess means they would have to move Farmer behind the plate if the game continues, right?
Yes.
He hasn't done any catching in a couple of years. Barnhart came in as a pinch hitter, stayed in the game behind the plate after Stevenson came out. Farmer technically is their third catcher, so I guess that would be the move they'd have to make.
But Aquino is running
he's
for
running
Farmer.
for Farmer.
Yeah,
Sorry.
yeah.
My mistake.
No problems.
So Farmer is out. Barnhart is batting. And Barnhart takes a swing at a slider well out of the strike zone. I mean, he just walked a hitter on 4 pitches. I just don't understand that.
The game has never been smarter and dumber at the same time.
That's very well put. You are the poet of the contradiction. And Diaz ahead on Barnhart 0-2. Jonathan India, whom the Mets have not been able to solve tonight, is on deck. India's been on base 5 times in a row. Aquino, the pinch runner at first. 0-2 coming to Barnhart. And he struck him out. 3 sliders in a row. And Diaz takes care of Barnhart for the first out in the last of the 9th. Maybe they should have run for him.
You know what happens in these instances is hitters are trying to be heroes and trying to jump on that first pitch and hit a 2-run bomb, and it just took them completely out of the at-bat.
So now India, 5 plate appearances tonight, double, hit by pitch, walk, walk, walk. Tying run at first with 1 out. And the pitch to the rookie second baseman is a fastball in for a strike at 100 miles an hour, 0-1. Broken back, ground ball. Diaz has to go to first with it and gets the second out. And he handled it cleanly, would have had a shot at 2. But once it bounced away, he had to settle for the out at first. That moves Aquino to second and brings up Jesse Winker.
Gary, a lot of times what will happen off the bat, you think it's moving a little quicker, and it's almost like a changeup off the bat that came to Diaz. So just to handle it and get an out was big.
So it comes down to Winker against Diaz. Last time the Mets played the Reds at Citi Field, Winker hit a game-winning home run against Diaz. And now they meet again. You've got the pitcher spot due up next. They've brought Mike Freeman, a left-hand batting infielder, out on deck to pinch hit. You hate to put the winning run on base, but boy, you also hate to challenge Winker.
I agree. This is one instance where I'd put him on base.
Winker is 2 for 5, had a go-ahead double in the 7th. They are pitching to him. And the first pitch, it's slider. He checks his swing and he stopped it in time. Ball 1. Well, just because you didn't intentionally walk him before the first pitch doesn't mean you can't do it now. I would take my chances with Mike Freeman. Winker's 2 for 5 tonight.
You know, you could be awfully careful and throw pitches out of the strike zone, but Diaz doesn't have that kind of control.
No. Aquino at second, and Winker fouls back the slider. He had a pitch to hit there. 1-1. That was the kind of slider that a left-hand hitter like Winker can golf out of the ballpark.
He missed the pitch.
He didn't get it.
Big time.
Diaz trying to hang on. He's never had 3 consecutive blown saves. He's trying to avoid that tonight. Tying run at second, 2 out. And Winker lines one, base hit in the left center field, and that'll tie up the game. Aquino comes home. Winker trying for 2. The throw gets away from McNeil. A game-tying double for Jesse Winker, and it's 9-9 in the bottom of the 9th. The Mets decide to challenge Winker, and it blows up in their face.
Hey, listen, he took that as an affront, Winker. that the Mets pitched to him. You can see the reaction he had. Good hitting going the other way on a fastball that jams him a bit. Good hustle to get to second base. Of course, Aquino's going to score easily. We're talking about a guy that's gone through a rough patch, but he's been an all-star and is having a magical year. And you chose to challenge him.
Third hit of the night for Winker. He had a go-ahead double in the 7th. Now he has a tying double in the 9th. Now Mike Freeman is announced as the pinch hitter. Mets had the option of walking Winker, putting the winning run on base, which goes against conventional strategy. But they could have done it. They didn't. And Winker makes him pay. And for the first time in his career, Edwin Diaz has 3 straight appearances with a blown save. And now Freeman, and you see the numbers on Freeman, hitting just .213. Now the potential winning run at second with 2 out. And that bounces away from McCann. Winker goes to third. Diaz has to chase it down. And now the winning run stands at third base.
Very fortunate that that ball stayed within the perimeter of the batter's box there. I mean, this ball could have went anywhere, and McCann had no idea. It doesn't even catch leather. It catches his shin guard. And if it doesn't pop straight up and pops to the side, he had no idea where it was.
Good on Diaz tracking it down, and now a swing and a miss by Freeman on a high fastball, and it's 1-1.
Winker could have taken 2 bases on that.
Could have scored the winning run. One and 1 to Freeman. Votto would be next. And Freeman takes a high slider, 2-1. Back and forth all night long. And now the Reds have the winning run 90 feet away. Swing and a miss at a slider, and it's 2-2.
Peraza at third base playing even with the bag. You think he'd push back a little here with 2 strikes, but still, there he goes.
Two coming. Just up and away. 3-2.
Good take by Freeman there.
Like he was ready to pull the trigger, but he held back. Votto on deck. Three-two coming. Struck him out with a slider. And we will go to extra innings in Cincinnati. Reds tie it on Winker's 2-out RBI double, 9-9 after 9. Garcia's first outing for the Reds. He was with the Phillies. We go to the 10th inning in Cincinnati. What a wild game this has been. Mets were up 3-0, down 7-3, down 8-7, up 9-8. And the Reds tied it with 2 out in the 9th. Edgar Garcia will make his Reds debut. Former Philly and Ray, his first outing for Cincinnati.
He's been in the minor leagues all year this year until brought up today. Talking about a hard 87-mile-an-hour slider is what you're going to see from Garcia.
Mike Freeman stays in at shortstop. Aristides Aquino stays in left field. So Winker is out of the game, and the pitcher hits in the 2-hole. Kevin Pillar is the free runner at second. Michael Conforto leads off in the top of the 10th. Conforto 2 for 4 tonight, including a 2-run homer. Mets have hit 5 home runs tonight, but now they start fresh, and a ground ball down to first. That'll advance the runner. Votto makes the play on Conforto. So now Pilar at third with 1 out, and James McCann, whose 2-run homer put the Mets in front in the 8th, will try and get the go-ahead run home in the 10th. Edgar Garcia pitched quite a bit for the Phillies in 2019. He was in 37 games that year. Then just 4 games with Tampa Bay last year, and that is the sum total of his big league experience. Infield comes in for the Reds.
McCann came up as a pinch hitter in the 8th at a 2-run homer. His 2nd career pinch hit home run, his 8th home run of the year. And now trying to get that run home from 3rd at the minimum. And he pops one foul, backing out of play, 0-1. If you are the visiting team in these extra inning games, you have got to try and score multiple runs.
Yes, I agree. Got to punch 2 across. You'll take 1. You got to get at least 1, right? But 2 is the number to shoot for.
Meanwhile, the Mets have Anthony Banda up in the bullpen, just called up today to give the Mets some pitching depth. But with this game going to extra innings and the Mets already having used 4 relievers and having a bunch of guys unavailable today because of heavy work in Pittsburgh, it looks like Banda is going to get the bottom of the 10th in his Mets debut, just to make this game a little crazier. 1-1 to McCann, and he lays off the slider from Garcia. 2-1. Luis Guillorme on deck, and then Jose Peraza is in the 9 spot. Right now the pitcher is hitting 4th for New York.
Garcia probably going to stay with that slider because that's the pitch that if McCann's trying to pull the ball, you might get him to pull it on the ground to the left side of the infield.
And McCann gets jammed. It goes past the pitcher into center field. A base hit. That'll bring in Pilar with the go-ahead run. James McCann comes through again. His 3rd RBI off the bench tonight. And the Mets go in front 10-9 in the 10th.
McCann's game didn't start until the 8th. He's had a game. Watch the glove of Garcia as he tries to reach behind his back, and it just goes flying out of the picture. And perfectly placed up the middle. No one could see it.
I mean, that is a major league glove throw. He got about 40 feet on that toss. So the Mets are back in front again, getting the free runner home. And now here's Guillorme, who's been on base 3 times tonight, and he fouls one away. Guillorme 2 hits and a walk. He's 2 for 3. What a crazy game this has been.
You'll probably see a lot of these games here in this ballpark.
Well, the Mets have been very successful at Great American Ballpark. 34-20 since the place opened in 2003. That is their best record in any venue, including their home ballparks, for their entire history. Their next best record is at Citizens Bank Park in Philadelphia, where they have a .534 winning percentage. Their winning percentage in Cincinnati is .630 since this place opened. And Guillorme slashes one foul. Jose Peraza is on deck. He's in the 9 spot. Well, it would certainly behoove the Mets to tack on Anthony Banda, whom the Mets acquired from the Giants a couple of weeks ago. Looks like he's going to pitch the bottom of the 10th. It's not going to be his big league debut, but it's going to be his Mets debut. 0-2 to Guillorme, and he lifts that one down the left field line, and they'll go foul into the corner.
The Reds will have Freeman as the ghost runner and Votto at the plate.
Banda's last big league appearance came for Tampa Bay last year. He was with the Giants this season, but did not pitch in the big leagues for them. Again, the 0-2 to Guillorme, and he lays off the slider at his feet. 1-2. If Banda comes in, he'll be the Mets' 52nd player used this year.
And it's July.
I mean, there's every chance the Mets could add a couple of players at the trading deadline, which is 11 days away. So they certainly have a chance to add to that total. 1-2. And the slider inside. Good take by Guillorme. 2-2. The inning began with Kevin Pillar, the free runner at second. Conforto advanced him with a ground out, and McCann singled him home. And now Guillorme putting together another tough at bat against Edgar Garcia. Game approaching 4 hours old. Just getting to be an old story. 2-2 coming. And it's flied out to left center field. Should be easy for Akiyama. And that retires Guillorme. 2 out. So two-way, McCann still at first. And now the former Red Peraza, who flied out to left field in his only at bat in the 8th. In the bottom of the 10th, the Reds will have Votto, Naquin, and Suarez left, and right. And that's why it's Bonda, the lefty, getting ready. And Peraza takes a slider for a strike. Foul backing out of play, and it's 0-2. If Peraza could keep the inning going, Brandon Nimmo would be next. Mets have taken a lead for the 3rd time tonight. 3-0, 9-8. 10-9. Taken low as he held the swing in time. 1-2 to Peraza. Reds have led 7-3, 8-7. One-two coming, and Peraza fouls it back or pops it up on the infield, and Votto is there to play it, and that retires the side. Mets get a run on the RBI hit by McCann and lead at 10-9 in the 10th. What a night in the Queen City of Cincinnati. We're going to the bottom of the 10th. The Mets 10, the Reds 9, and introducing Anthony Bonda, making his Mets debut and looking for the save.
The bespeckled Bonda on the mound for the Mets. Changeup is his great weapon.
Pitched in the big leagues with Arizona and with Tampa Bay. 4 games for the Rays last year. Had 1 save with Tampa Bay last year, the only one of his career. And now he gets a chance to try and save it, but with a free runner at second base.
He was traded from Tampa Bay, from Diamondbacks to Tampa Bay in a 3-team trade where Brandon Drury went to the New York Yankees.
Joey Votto will lead off against him. Votto's already got 2 hits tonight, a single and a double. He's also been hit by a pitch, 2 for 4. Reds tied it with 2 out in the bottom of the 9th on Jesse Winker's RBI double against Edwin Diaz, who suffered his 3rd consecutive blown save. Now Mike Freeman, who made the last out in the 9th, is the free runner, the tying run at second base. And Votto takes out of the strike zone for ball 1.
Bonda in a place where he can win friends and influence people straight away.
Guillorme keeping his eye on Freeman, who's got pretty good speed at second base. Tyler Naquin, another left-hand batter on deck. Anthony Bonda, 27 years old, Corpus Christi, Texas. San Jacinto Junior College in Houston. Bonda takes a fastball away, and it's 2-0.
Joey Votto talking to himself.
Mets have now used 6 pitchers tonight. Bonda just called up today, along with Steven Nagosic, to give the Mets some bullpen depth, and here he is trying to save it in the 10th. And Votto takes it outside. Now it's 3-0. One thing about Joey Votto, you're not going to get him to chase. Last time up in the 8th inning, Lugo fell behind him 3-0, got a gift strike, and then came back to strike Votto out. Bonda behind 3-0. And it's slashed the other way. A base hit for Votto. Freeman to third. He'll stop there. So Votto swinging on 3-0. Lashes a base hit the other way against the left-hander. And now the tying run is on third, and the potential winning run is at first with nobody out.
How about having the confidence to trust the guy who knows what's a strike and what isn't a strike, and gets a 3-0 fastball. He knew he was going to get it, and he was on it with a bullet to left field. Hit so hard that Freeman didn't have a chance to score.
So how do you play your infield here? You got to play for the double play, don't you? You concede the tying run.
I wouldn't have him in. I'd play for the double play.
The only problem is that the Mets are running out of pitchers.
Running out of pitchers, and also Naquin is a guy who's got some good speed too. So
hard to double up.
Yeah.
So they're going to play most of the way in, it looks like. Tying run at third, potential winning run at first, nobody out. Bottom of the 10th, Tyler Naquin 4 for 5 already tonight, looking for his first career 5-hit game. Facing the left-hander Bonda, and he takes a fastball for a strike. Best looking pitch by Bonda so far. Freeman at third, Votto at first, infield most of the way in. It's slapped on the ground foul, and now it's 0-2 to Naquin. Let's go back to McCann's hit in the top of the 10th. Watch this. Hits the bat once and twice.
Oh boy.
How often do you see that?
I've only seen it in the World Series when Hunter Pence got a big hit in one of the World Series for the Giants.
Crazy. Maybe that's what sent the glove flying. 0-2 coming to Naquin. Up and in, and he had to vacate. That could be a very good purpose pitch for Bonda, who could really use a strikeout in this spot.
He wanted that ball up to James McCann. He got it up, but up and in.
Bonda is not a big strikeout pitcher. For his big league career, just 7.2 strikeouts per 9. It's a low figure these days.
I never thought of him as a guy who threw 95 either, but the adrenaline has to be going through his veins.
1-2 coming to Naquin. And he uses the emergency hack to stay in the at bat. Eugenio Suarez is on deck. If you can strike out Naquin, then you can set your infield back at double play depth for Suarez. One, two coming. And he again fought one off. Naquin fouling off a couple of tough pitches in a row.
I think that was the changeup lefty by Bonda there. Big breaths by Bonda.
Again the 1-2. And again a foul ball. Does Bonda remind you a little bit facially of our Anthony Recker?
Yes, he does. He does.
Never seen Reck with the Rec specs. Seventh pitch of the at bat coming to Naquin. And he flicks one to left field. That's down for a base hit, and that'll tie up the game. Freeman comes in to score. Votto moves to second. Tremendous at bat for Naquin, who has his first career 5-hit game, and he ties this game 10-10 in the 10th.
I mean, the swings that he had on 2 strikes to just stay in this at bat until he got a breaking pitch that he could handle. Now listen, is it a great looking swing? No, but it's effective because he's put the ball in play as opposed to a strikeout, which is an inning killer.
Freeman comes home with the tying run, so each team has managed to score its free runner. But now the Reds have the winning run at second with nobody out. Jeremy Hefner out to talk to Banda, whom he probably just met. And now Eugenio Suarez, who has had a lost night at the plate, 0 for 5 with a couple of strikeouts, will be the hitter. (10-10), bottom of the 10th. And Suarez takes the slider low and in for ball 1.
Well, he's got a good changeup. He can get Suarez to get that ball on the ground and get 2 outs that way.
And Suarez lays off. 2-0.
Mets are due to catch a ball in turn 2.
Or 3. And runs inside, and now it's 3-0 to Suarez. A walk would push the winning run to third. Nick Castellanos with a bat in his hands. He's been out for the last few days with a bruised wrist after being hit by a pitch. Shogo Akiyama is on deck. 3-0 now to Suarez. And there's a strike, 3-1.
Suarez is dangerous here because you have to throw him a strike.
And Suarez grounds one to third. Peraza to second for 1. McNeil to first. Double play. They're the 2 you're talking about. 5-4-3 double play. Now they're at 2 out in the inning. Votto goes to third.
Big pitch by Banda. Gets it on the ground. Peraza at third around the horn. Pete looks it in the glove.
You got Akiyama at the plate now, the left-hand batter. So they will pitch to him, but watch out for the bunt. Akiyama 0 for 4 in a sacrifice fly. Winning run at third with 2 out. And Akiyama takes a fastball for a strike. And Banda energized after that double play ball. He fell behind Suarez 3-0, got a strike, and then the 5-4-3 double play. Now trying to get this game to the 11th. Akiyama slashes one out to left. Pilar over toward the line, diving, and it's a foul ball.
Was Pilar all right?
Reaching out along that sidewall, and Pilar peels himself off, and he appears to be okay.
I mean, a complete sellout by Pilar.
He did everything he could. Didn't quite dive, but he was reaching as far as he could as he got to that sidewall and managed not to hit his face into it.
Yeah, we're talking about a player who's hit in the face, so without the mask on, selling out here was Pilar.
Now it's a 2-strike count to Akiyama. Oh-2 coming. Slashed on the ground down to third. Handled by Peraza. Side retired, and we're going to the 11th. What a recovery by Anthony Banda in his Mets debut. Gives up a run, but keeps the game going.
You faster than ever with internet services up to 1 gig. Visit Optimum.com today. And by Geico, switch today and see all the ways you could save. Wild ball game goes to the 11th inning. Mets and Reds tied 10-10. What a job by Anthony Banda to prevent the Reds from winning that game in the 10th.
Big double play against Suarez. Peraza will be the free runner, Gary, at second base.
Brandon Nimmo will lead off against Edgar Garcia, who begins his second inning. Peraza made the last out in the 10th, so he runs at second. Nimmo's 1 for 4 and a walk tonight. So you got Garcia in his Reds debut, pitching against Banda in his Mets debut, with the game on the line in extra innings. Reds have used 7 pitchers. The Mets have used 6. Of course, the Mets bullpen was heavily worked yesterday, which is why Banda is in the game.
The Mets have more bodies down there, but you got to think they only have 1 more pitcher to use.
And that's Steven Nagosic, who was called up today along with Banda. I mean, if you look at the Mets bullpen, May worked the last 2 days. Loop threw 41 pitches yesterday and has worked 2 days in a row. Familia threw 25 pitches yesterday, and Drew Smith threw 41. So take all those guys out of the equation.
Nimmo lines one into right field for a base hit. Peraza stopped at third base. He looked over his shoulder as though he wasn't sure where that ball was going, but it was a base hit all the way. But he played it very safe and stopped at third.
Remember, Naquin probably has one of the best arms in the game in right field, so they were always going to be conservative versus Naquin.
So Nimmo with his second hit of the night, and now here's Alonso, who got the scoring started tonight with a 2-run homer in the first inning. He also drove in a run with a 4th inning bloop single. 2 for 5, 3 RBIs.
Joust is grinding. He is grinding tonight.
He wanted Peraza to try and score.
Well, easy, big fella.
Well, it was a week ago tonight that Joust and Alonso combined on a championship. See what they can do on the next Monday night. Alonso's already driven in 3. First and third, nobody out. And Pete swings through a high fastball, 0-1. Up and in fastballs. He sees a lot of those. Jeff McNeil is the next batter, and then the pitcher spot, and the Mets are out of bench players, so you got to start thinking about who's going to bat in that spot. Alonso wouldn't chase. Pitch was in the strike zone, but because Barnhart had to lunge for it, there was no way Ed Hickox could call it a strike. Edgar Garcia in his second inning of relief. And Alonso hits one on the ground foul, and it's 1-2.
Had Pete lunging after that slider.
Now Garcia up in the count, 1-2. And Alonso just got a piece of that fastball. Well, if you're just joining us after a a nice night on the town, little dinner, maybe a movie. Mets were up 3-0 after the top of the first. They were down 7-3 after the bottom of the second. They rallied to tie. The Reds took another lead. James McCann hit a 2-run homer in the 8th. The Reds tied it with 2 out in the 9th. McCann put the Mets back in front in the 10th. Reds tied it again. And now the Mets trying to regain a lead in the 11th. First and third and nobody out. 1-2 coming. And Alonso chases for strike 3. Big strikeout for Edgar Garcia. That's the first out in the 11th. And now if you're the Reds, you know that the Mets are out of position players. McNeil is coming up. And the pitcher spot is next. So what do you do? If you walk McNeil, you're pushing the second run into scoring position. But you'd be bringing up the pitcher with the bases loaded.
You walk McNeil here, in my estimation. Should have the free out.
Looks like Bonda's going to bat for himself. He's got the helmet on. You get the free out, but then you'd have to face Pilar with the bases loaded.
That's
unless
all right.
you get a double play.
2 outs.
So Bonda is out on deck. And McNeil takes a fastball for a strike.
We're going to find out later that Bonda was a home run champion at San Jacinto.
Bonda has 5 career big league at bats, looking for his first hit. Well, they went right after McNeil. Garcia got ahead of him with a fastball strike. Peraza the go-ahead run at third. Nimmo at first. And McNeil takes low and in, a ball and a strike. Well, the Mets could have walked Winker in the 9th, chose not to, and Winker tied the game with a double. The Reds choosing not to walk McNeil in this spot, with the pitcher having to bat next. And we'll see how that pays off. 1-1 to Jeff.
And he lines one into right center, a base hit. That'll bring in Peraza with the go-ahead run. Nimmo goes first to third. Jeff McNeil puts the Mets back in front. It's 11-10 New York. Another non-intentional walk regret.
I just think that the way the rules are set up now, if there ever was a time for out-of-box thinking late in games, it's now. And traditionally they play it straight, and McNeil with a big base hit.
Second RBI of the night for McNeil. So for the 4th time tonight, the Mets go in front. And now Anthony Bonda will take the turn at bat with first and third and 1 out. And the Reds suspecting that maybe the Mets would use some chicanery to try to steal a run. Send signals to the infield.
Now with Dominic Smith up next, what you have to do is have Bonda. Well, Dominic Smith's out of the game, right? For
Pilar,
defensively.
Pilar's
Sorry about
next,
that, Pilar. You think you play this traditional.
Just, you don't want a double play is all.
Yeah, that's why Bonda should bunt.
Well, he was not really squaring there. It looked more like he was bunting for a base hit as he dashed out of the box, and he takes a strike. Pilar on deck. Love to find a way to get Nimmo home with a second run in this inning. He's at third, McNeil at first. And Bonda lays off, and it's 1-1. Anthony Bonda has already done some heavy lifting in this game as McNeil takes second base. With the infield in, they ignored him, and that's a stolen base for McNeil. Now 2 in scoring position. Second stolen base of the year for Jeff. They call it defensive indifference, but that's a joke. That's not defensive indifference. That's a foul ball at the plate. They're going to have to change that.
That's defensively a bad play.
That's a meaningful run.
Of course.
It can't be defensive indifference. That's a Fisher scorer who doesn't understand the game.
Can't play it like that if you're Cincinnati, because you could turn a double play on a pitcher trying to bunt.
Now that takes that out of order. Now if he can sneak a base hit, it could be 2 runs. And Bonda
slashes one down to third. Suarez coming home, and they get the tag play on Nimmo for the second out. Hard hit ball by Bonda, and Suarez makes the play for the 5-2 putout for the second out.
I mean, ball hit right on the nose and got in on Suarez quickly. Nothing Nimmo could do here. He could get into a pickle here, a rundown, try to get Bonda to second, but it's a pitcher, probably wouldn't advance anyway.
So now 2 out, runners at first and third for Pilar, who is up for the second time in this game. He flied out in his only at bat in the 9th. McNeil at third, Bonda at first.
David Bell coming out.
What's he want to do? He's got a right-hander, Ryan Hendricks, up in the bullpen. And is he going to the pen? He's also got Nick Castellanos left in his dugout, who was looking like he was trying to swing a bat earlier. He's the only position player left on either side, and it looks like he might be coming in a double switch. Yep, so here comes Castellanos for his first action since Friday. You can see that wrap on his right wrist where he was hit. And the Reds will double switch and bring Ryan Hendricks into the game to pitch. 11-10 Mets in the 11th. We'll be right back. Changes for the Reds. Nick Castellanos comes in to play right. Tyler Naquin slides over to play center. Ryan Hendricks will try and get the final out in the top of the 11th, with the Mets having taken an 11-10 lead. And you know, we were off for the weekend. At least I was off for the weekend. You were not here for the weekend. And we felt as though we had missed a lot of the, you know, the histrionics, the craziness that went on over the weekend in Pittsburgh. But it has found us in Cincinnati.
7-7 after 7, 9-9 after 9, 10-10 after 10. So working on trying to get the Mets a win here. Hendricks in for Cincinnati. Started his career with Cincinnati with 5 hitless appearances, but this is his 4th day in a row on the mound.
Throws a lot of curveballs. Kevin Pillar, the batter, first and third, 2 out, and a first pitch curve knocked down nicely by Barnhart. That keeps McNeil at third. Ball 1. Barnhart as good as they come at blocking balls in the dirt.
And he sets a clinic up every time. Just smothers that ball in front of the plate.
There's Castellanos with that wrap on his right wrist where he was hit by a pitch on Friday. Hasn't played since. But he'll be due a turn at bat if anybody gets on in the bottom of the 11th.
Pillar hits one in the air to deep left field. Back goes Aquino near the wall. It's out of here! Kevin Pillar with a 3-run homer. And the Mets lead it 14-10. 6th home run of the night for the Mets, and Pillar with the cookie topper. Ninth home run of the year for Pillar, and none bigger, and the Mets have a 4-run lead in the 11th.
Well, if we know that Hendricks concentrates on throwing a curveball, so does Kevin Pillar. Sits on it, gets a bad one, deep into the night.
Well, this game started with a home run by Pete Alonso, and now Pillar trying to put a finish to it with the Mets' 6th home run of the night, and that one goes to the backstop. Ball 1 to Conforto. 6 home runs tonight for the Mets, matching their season high. They had 6 in a game at Baltimore back in June. 14-10 in the top of the 11th.
Jets leading the Bengals
so far. Conforto 2 for 5 tonight, including a 2-run
homer, and he slugs one to deep right center. Forget that. That is way out of here. Back-to-back home runs for the Mets for the 2nd time tonight. Pillar and Conforto back-to-back, and it's 15-10. 7 home runs tonight for the Mets, including 2 for Conforto.
5 extra base hits now for Conforto in the last 3 games. 3 home runs with 2 here tonight. Fastball right down Broadway.
419 feet, and he knew it right off the bat. So Hendricks brought in to try and put down the 11th, and the heat has risen. Here's McCann, who's already had 2 huge hits in this game, coming off the bench. He didn't appear in this game till the 8th, at a 2-run pinch hit home run to give the Mets a lead in the 8th inning. And then he had a base hit in the 10th inning to put them back in front again. There is nobody up in the Mets bullpen. And Hendricks just really struggling, throwing that curveball anywhere near where he wants to.
A standing 8 count out there. That's why. Bookended 2 home run innings.
Bonda somehow survived in the bottom of the 10th after giving up the free run. First and second, nobody on. He got a double play ball and then a ground out from Akiyama to get through it. And now he's got a 5-run lead to protect in the bottom of the 11th, at least. Grounded to short, and it's booted by Freeman. He recovers and throws out McCann to end the inning. Freeman able to chase it down and make the play, but the Mets with a big 11th. They score 5 and lead 15-10. Anthony Bonda gave up a run in the 10th, but was able to hold the fort. Mets scored 5 for him in the top of the 11th, and now he's going to try and get himself a victory in his Mets debut. Aristides Aquino will be the first man up against him. Aquino batting for the first time, came on as a pinch runner in the 9th and stayed in the game in left field. Aquino, then Tucker Barnhart and Jonathan India for the Reds. Suarez is the free runner at second. The last out was made by Akiyama, but that's now the pitcher's spot, so they go back a spot in the order, and Suarez is the free runner. What a crazy night this has been. Mets have hit 7 home runs, 1 shy of their club record. They had 8 home runs in a game in Philadelphia in 2015, and this is as close as they've come.
No need to even care about Suarez at second base.
Just keep getting the ground balls that you were getting in the last inning.
Just get the hitters. Doesn't even exist out there.
$15 runs for the Mets, a season high. They had 14 against the Orioles in a 6-home run game on June 9th. 7 home runs tonight, producing 15 runs. Mets has now scored 29 runs in the last 3 games. Remember the first game of this road trip? They were held to a run on 3 hits in Pittsburgh, and you worried, well, their offense is back in the doldrums.
0 for 12 in RISP that night.
Now 29 runs in 3 games. They lost the game on Saturday despite scoring 7. But they came back to win yesterday, scoring 7, and now 15 tonight. Aquino lifts one down the right side, and then it'll go foul, 2-2. And there have been a lot of things that have happened for the good for the Mets tonight. McCann with huge hits. You know, McNeil getting a big hit in the 11th to put the Mets in front. But the biggest thing is Conforto. Michael Conforto, who's been in the doldrums for most of the year when he hasn't been hurt. Over the last 3 days, all of a sudden has looked like the Michael Conforto that we saw all of last year. And that's enormous.
Well, you could only wish that that home run that he hit on Sunday would propel him to bigger and better things, and it has, at least for an evening.
Game-winning home run last night, 2 home runs today. Well, Trevor May is getting up in the Mets bullpen. He's worked each of the last 2 days and probably was only available in an emergency tonight. Grounded down to third and handled by Peraza. Checks the runner, gets the out, 1 away. So Aquino is retired. And Bonda has the first out in the 11th.
That was the best changeup he's thrown since he's been in the game.
27-year-old Anthony Bonda. He has 4 wins in his career, and I know wins for relievers are not a big deal, but this would be huge in his first outing as a Met. Gave up the run in the 10th, which is charged as an unearned run with the free runner coming home, but was able to keep the Mets alive. And alive they are. That's hit on the ground toward the hole, cut off by Guillorme. He has no play. So Barnhart found the hole in the shift, and he's got an infield hit to put runners at first and third.
Somehow you knew that this game wasn't going to go quietly into the night.
Come on. not this kid. So here's India, whom the Mets finally retired in the 9th. Diaz got him on a comebacker. It might have been a game-ending double play had Diaz fielded the ball cleanly but he got his glove on it, knocked it down, and then he had to get the out at first. That kept the inning alive, and then Winker tied the game with a 2-out double. India has been on base 5 times tonight with a double, a hit bad pitch, and 3 walks. And a knee-high fastball for a strike from Bonda, 0-1. Suarez at third, Barnhart at first, and India pops one foul back and out of play. Now it's 0-2. We noted at the start of the broadcast that Jonathan grew up a big Mets fan. His dad is originally from Oceanside, and I'm sure his dad has been watching every moment.
Well, he's had quite a game.
Bonda just missed with the changeup, 1-2. Three infielders on the left side against India.
Hit on the ground through the vacated space into right field, a base hit, and that'll bring in a run to make it 15-11. So India on base for the 6th time tonight. This time with an RBI single. The Mets shifted, and he just hit it through the open right side. That brings home Suarez, and now it's a 4-run Met lead, and it's not over yet. And now Nick Castellanos comes up for the first time. Not the tying run, and that's good for the Mets.
In a perfect world, they were going to try to give Castellanos a couple of days to heal that wrist. Tonight, far from a perfect world.
Well, Dave Joust is on his way out to the mound. Trevor May was warming in the bullpen, and it looks like he may bring in May now that this has turned into a save opportunity. And that's exactly what he's going to do. So Bonda does his work for an inning and a third. Both free runners coming in against him in the 10th and the 11th, but now Trevor May will try and finish this game up and get the last 2 outs. 15-11. We'll be right back. Pitching staff. Anthony Bonda, whom we had never even seen before tonight, goes an inning and a third, and he has a chance to be a winning pitcher if Trevor May can get a save for the 2nd straight day.
About 200 of the finest pitches so far, but there'll still be more to go. May throwing in his 3rd straight game, 34 pitches, his last 2 in Pittsburgh.
Pitched the 9th inning yesterday and got the save after a leadoff walk. He'll come in to face Nick Castellanos, whom he's seen a lot. Castellanos just 1 for 14 in his career against May. 2 on, 1 out, and the slider outside for ball 1. Reds need 1 more base runner to get the tying run to the plate. Mike Freeman is on deck in the number 3 spot, and then Joey Votto. Castellanos got hit by a pitch on Friday on the right wrist, which is heavily taped. Having himself a phenomenal year. And he lifts one out to right field. Back goes Conforto without room on the warning track, and he makes the catch, and that's the 2nd out. Tagging is Barnhart. He'll go to 3rd, but that is a big sigh of relief for Trevor May and the Mets, and now the Reds are down to their final out of the night.
Who knows, with a good wrist, maybe he powers this ball out of here. Awkward swing.
Yeah, that right hand came off the bat.
Right by Castellanos. So really just one-handed. Almost hit the ball out of the ballpark, favoring that right wrist.
So on a night when Edwin Diaz blew a save for a 3rd straight appearance, Trevor May trying to pick him up and finish this game off. Mike Freeman, the batter, up for the 2nd time. Freeman struck out to end the 9th inning after Winker's double tied the game. Winker came out in a double switch. That was Castellanos' spot. And now Freeman trying to get on base and get Votto to the plate as the tying run. That's got back-to-back home runs from Pilar and Conforto after taking the lead in the top of the 11th, and they might need every bit of that. And Freeman takes a strike on the inside edge, and it's 1-1.
India takes second base on defensive indifference. That is defensive indifference. 4-run lead, meaningless run. There, that deserves the mat.
Nah.
Taken high by Freeman, 2-1. Mike Freeman 0 for 1 in his career against Trevor May. Barnhart at third, India at second. 2-1 coming. And Freeman checks the swing and takes it high. Now it's 3-1. Now, if there's one thing you want to avoid more than anything else if you're Trevor May, it's allowing Joey Votto to come to the plate as the tying run. You've got to throw a strike here. Freeman beats you. He beats you. Can't beat you.
That's right.
He can beat you, but he can't beat you.
Yeah, exactly.
He can hit a 3-run homer, but it can't beat you. And there's a strike, and now the Reds are down to their last strike. Been a taxing game for Dave Joust, filling in for Luis Rojas, who drew a 2-game suspension today. 3-2 coming from May to Freeman. He struck him out, and the ball game is over. The Mets win a back-and-forth marathon. They hit 7 home runs, and it's just enough. Anthony Banda gets the victory in his Mets debut. Michael Conforto hits a pair of the Mets' 7 home runs. And the Mets win a wild one in Cincinnati in 11 innings, 15-11.
Well, I'll tell you, the Mets have gotten off the deck now 2 days in a row. A little sloppy start to their game, but they finished strong. Bookended 2 home runs in the first, back-to-back in the 11th for the win.
Mets make 4 errors in the first 2 innings, give up 5 unearned runs in those first 2 innings, but they come back multiple times, take 4 different leads, and finally hang on with Trevor May getting the save, Anthony Banda getting the win in his first game as a Met. 7 home runs along the way, and the Mets even up this road trip with a wild 15-11 extra inning victory. Game 2 of this series will be tomorrow, and we'll be right back there with you. 6:30 the coverage, Mets and Reds, right here on SNY. Now for Ron Darling, Steve Gelbs, and our entire SNY crew, I'm Gary Cohen. Time for WB Mason post-game live. Lots to talk about for Gary Apple and Todd Zeal. Start now, guys.